Welcome to the Wizard of Radical Self-Respect. My name's Jared Mello, and I'm the Shepherd of Black Sheep. Welcome, Bethany. How are you today? You said, I'm good, just chilling on the couch at my brother's. Right on. Today, we're going to go over a couple videos here about Savannah Guthrie's interview. The first one she's really done since her mother, Nancy, went missing. It really is a heartbreaking interview, by the way, because it really just reminds you how tragic this whole situation is and how human the situation is. And it's good to be reminded of that. Miss Kim, welcome. D, welcome. X, welcome. How are you all? Make sure you like the old video on the way in here for the Hootie snacks for my spirit animal, Shadow the Night Owl. Don't forget, how are you? But it's sad. It's really sad listening to Savannah Guthrie. And she shares a couple things that kind of surprised me, which is why I have the thumbnail as I do. JLK, welcome. I'm glad you found us all. We have a great flock of black sheep here, and we're definitely glad you stuck around. Nobody won, welcome. Glad you're all today where I am. It was actually a very beautiful day. It was mid 70s, upper 70s, and I feel so much better when there's warmth and sunlight. For me, the sun is like a drug almost. And in the wintertime, and it's more dark and dreary and cold and windy, I don't like it. I don't like it. D, we're rocking and rolling already. That's a good ratio, right? I have confidence we will keep up that ratio. Manifest it. And again, thank you so much, everyone, for helping me get to 40,000 subscribers. It took, I think, 8 years. I think I started this channel 8 years ago, and I certainly wasn't consistent the first few. But if you don't give up, you can accomplish some things if you don't give up. If you do give up, then no matter what, you're not going to achieve at least that goal. So, Jen, thank you very much. Zelda, welcome. Jen, beautiful in Kentucky. It does the same for me. Hell yeah. I think a lot of black sheep really like the warmth and the sun. That would be pretty awesome, D, wouldn't it? So we're going to go over these two interviews with Savannah Guthrie. Then Brian has our friend Maureen O'Connell on the show. They're going to talk about some things. Maybe Ashley Banfield has a video too. She probably is going to talk about Savannah Guthrie's interview, if I had to guess. Mavs, how are you? And we're waiting for Kat here too. Kat said she was going to fly me to the moon, but she also said she'd been up for 24 hours, so she might have fallen asleep already. And she got it though. Fly me to the moon. Let's sing beneath the stars. And Danielle, Kat, and I are going to fly on the Black Sheep Express to the moon. A great t-shirt idea, right, Rammer? The Black Sheep Express. And what else do I have going on for you all? Next week, I'm interviewing a woman who's an LCSW. I'm going to do that one in person, actually. That's a rare one. But she's coming out of a narcissistic relationship, so that should be interesting. It's about time I talked to my friend Christian again, too, I think. I haven't spoken to him for a minute. Want to get him back on. And then I'm going to look for other things, too. We'll see. Other things, current events related or whatever. We'll see how it goes. Waiting to watch Love Story, JFK Jr. and Caroline. My Thursday drug. After the Pit. Interesting. Thank you, Dana. Waiting to watch the Love Story. How about that? Giannine, welcome. Yes, Giannine, this one really is a tough one. It's sad. When you're removed from it all like we are, I think it can be easy to not be reminded of how real of a situation it is and how intense of a situation it is. So it's good to see this. And you know what? It also made me think, because they're asking her about, well, how do you feel when people say your family might be involved? And of course, that hurts her a lot too to hear. And then there's people out there that are very quick to say, oh, Tommaso, yup, Luke, and her sister. And it's like, take it easy. Take it easy on the definitive accusations like that. I'm not definitive about anything. I think it's possible, but you're never going to hear me say, and you haven't heard me say, yes, definitely Tommaso or definitely Annie. No. This is very true, Jen. I've seen people, I'll put this up here before we start. No one understands that narcissistic abuse can cause major health issues. Truth be told. Cancer. Cancer is a big one that I've seen it cause. Autoimmune disorders, because it's all connected. Mind, body, spirit is connected. And when you're constantly being abused and belittled and put down and on that emotional roller coaster, it's not good for your health. It's not good for your immune system. It's not good to be constantly in fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. You could have cortisol overload, right? All right. Yeah, we're going to turn it on now. It's sad. I mean, so brace yourself. I'm warning you now. It's an emotional interview. So before we go in there, though, make sure you've liked the video and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And again, as more people pour in, thank you very much for helping me get to 40,000 subscribers. I can't thank you all enough. If you have any questions, super chats are a great way to support the channel and get questions answered. Super stickers, great way to support the channel. And becoming a channel member gives you access to the members only live streams. There'll probably be one of those in the next few days here. And like Rammer says, spank that like button, baby. And Mavs left the DNA in the like button. I love that too. And I go live every night, almost every night, to talk about true crime and current events. Usually it's closer to 10 p.m. Eastern, but the last few nights now, I've been a little bit behind. But I use my experience with mental health, addiction, being on the autistic spectrum, narcissistic abuse, and narcissistic family systems to give my unique perspective on true crime and current events. And as I always say, great flock of black sheep here in the live chat. They're always giving me good ideas. Rooster, who I don't know if he's here yet, but Rooster gave me the idea of hootie snacks for my spirit animal Shadow the Night Owl. And I was like, yes, likes help pay for hootie snacks. And then Danielle said, we got to go on the Black Sheep Express. And I was like, hell yeah, we do. That sounds like another t-shirt, the Black Sheep Express. So we've got a pretty cool flock of black sheep here. I consider myself like a shepherd of black sheep because they've always been my kinds of people. And the book And the Mountains Echoed, the author, Khaled Hosseini, there's a character in the book that he describes as she said she is always the warden of the downtrodden flock, the corrector of injustices. And I was like, yeah, I really like that. So let's begin here.
Speculation, the whisperers.
Oh, sorry, stupid.
Take me back to the day. It was, I guess, a normal weekend for you.
Yeah.
The weekend your mom went missing. Tell me what you were doing and what happened.
Well, I had given Mike for Christmas a boys' trip to go play tennis. And so he had been gone for the weekend. So I took my kids actually to Carson's. Mm-hmm. So we had a beautiful, fun night together. And then I came home. And really, it just got home at the same time that Mike came home. We were just saying hi, putting down our stuff, and the kids were running around. And my sister called me, and I said, "Is everything okay?" Mm-hmm. And she said, "No." She said, Mom's missing. And I said, what?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? She said, she's gone. And she was in a panic. I was in a panic. I'm like, call 911.
Yeah.
She's like, I did. We've called them. They're here. And we thought that she must have had like some kind of.
And that's a point I've heard people talk about, right? They say, why didn't Savannah and the family call 911 right away? Well, they did. Annie did. And then Savannah wasn't there. Savannah was at her home in New York. And then I've heard people say, well, why did she call the senator in Arizona? And I would just think, well, she's probably just wanting to talk to the person that she knows who is highest up in the state, that she has a connection with. So she wanted to find out like what the heck's going on here. So I don't blame any of that. I don't think there's a problem with that.
Medical episode in the night, and that somehow, the paramedics had come because the back doors were propped open, and that didn't make any sense. We thought maybe they came and there was a stretcher and they took her out the back. But her phone was there and her purse was there and all her things. And it just didn't make any sense. So, Annie and Tommy had already called all the hospitals, but then I'm like, I'm going to call the hospital. So then I started calling the hospitals, and the police were there and talking to her at the same time. And it was just chaos and disbelief.
Within hours, Savannah was making the long journey home to Tucson.
You saw Annie and Cam when you got to their house. Tell me about that moment.
Just disbelief and hugging each other. And I think we were on the phone with the sheriff and trying to, really make clear from the very early moments, Annie and Tommy were saying, this isn't that case that you are used to where someone wanders off. She can't wander off. My mom, she was in tremendous pain. Her back was very bad. She was trying to, on a good day, she could walk down to the mailbox and get the mail, but most days not. So there was no wander off. And the doors were propped open.
Yeah.
So that's a big one. So she wasn't even really able to walk to the mailbox. So that was a tough thing for her to even walk to the mailbox. That's a lot. And then she just mentioned some of the doors were open. This is an interesting part here.
There was blood on the front doorstep. And the Ring camera had been yanked off.
Yeah.
And so we were saying, this is...
Do something.
This is not okay.
Yeah.
This isn't... Something is very wrong here.
Yeah. Did you guys talk about what possibly could have happened? Like, what could have happened? What went down? Did you?
I think my brother, my siblings are so amazing. My brother, he spent his career in the military and worked in intelligence and is a fighter pilot.
Look at that. Nancy and Cameron is his name. I don't know if they're in a small plane here, I guess.
And is brilliant. And he saw very clearly right away what this was.
Yeah.
And even on the phone, when I called him, he knew.
He knew.
And he said, I think she's been kidnapped for ransom. And I said, what?
Yeah.
Well, why? What? And then, it sounds so like, how dumb could I be? But I didn't want to believe. I just said, do you think because of me? And he said, I'm sorry, sweetie, but yeah, maybe.
Wow. So Cameron gave it to her straight there because Savannah said, because her brother thought taken for ransom. And at first blush, I could see why you would think that, right? And then Savannah asks, well, the obvious question, do you think it was because of me? And he said, yeah, maybe. And unfortunately, that is true. But it doesn't mean it was Savannah's fault. Like, none of this is Savannah's fault, right? I want to emphasize that for her because it seems like she has a lot of guilt about this, but it's misplaced, right? She doesn't need to feel guilty about this. It wasn't Savannah's fault that this happened.
But I knew that.
You did.
I hope not. I mean, we still don't know.
Mhm.
Honestly, we don't know anything.
No.
We don't know anything. So I don't know that it's because she's my mom and somebody thought, oh, that girl, that lady has money. We can make a quick buck. I mean, that would make sense, but we don't know. But yeah, that's probably, which is
Wait a minute.
too much to bear.
So, Ellen, people are really saying this. So many YouTubers are saying this interview with Hoda is scripted and just fake. I'm sorry. I'm sure nobody knows how to navigate this crazy, insane situation. I don't get that impression, Ellen. I agree with you. I do not think this is fake. It's kind of discouraging to me. People do even think that. But in the era of conspiracies, that is what people jump to. And again, there are some conspiracies that are true, right? The whole Epstein thing was a conspiracy for a while, but it's true. But there's a line. There's a line, right? Just because that was true doesn't mean every conspiracy is true. I think it's important to emphasize that. So it's disappointing, Alan. It's disappointing to hear that so many people think that. YouTubers, my colleagues, yeesh.
To think that I brought this to her bedside, that it's because of me. And I just say, I'm so sorry, Mommy. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to my sister and my brother and my kids and my nephew and Tommy and my brother-in-law. I'm like, so sorry. I'm so sorry. If it is me, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We want to thank all of you for the.
And I mean, what else can you say if you're Nancy, right? I mean, yeah, there's a strong chance that this happened because of her fame, but that doesn't mean it was her fault. And I think she's carrying around some blame, kind of blaming herself, because it's not something that she needs to apologize for, right? I understand why she is, but it's still not her fault, right?
Prayers for our beloved mom.
In the initial days, you and your sister and brother sat together. In all the despair, you sat and managed to think of words to say. How were you able to do that in that moment?
Well, my siblings are amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And we are a unit. And I talked about how brilliant my brother is, but my sister is equally brilliant and also has special powers of intuition and faith and language and depth and heart. And I feel like we came together with all these beautiful gifts that came from our mom and dad and from God. And somehow together, we did our best to come up with the words to say. And I haven't posted one thing or said one thing that the three of us haven't decided together. It is surreal. How is it possible that we are having to make a video speaking to a kidnapper who took an 84-year-old woman in the dead of night in her pajamas with no shoes, without her medicine, this little person, and to beg for mercy.
In the days that followed, multiple notes demanding payment were sent to various media outlets.
The ransom notes or ransom requests came. Did you believe those to be real?
There are a lot of different notes, I think, that came. And I think most of them, it's my understanding, are not real. And I didn't see them. But, you know, a person that would send a fake ransom note really has to look deeply at themselves.
Yeah.
To a family in pain. But I believe the two notes that we received, that we responded to, I tend to believe those are real.
Really?
And this was a surprising thing to me too, that she thinks they're real. I didn't think they were. I thought they were more just exploitative or opportunist, but I could be wrong. I'm not guaranteeing I'm correct. I just had the impression that it was just an opportunist, someone trying to exploit. But maybe she's right.
When the Ring camera video surfaced and you could see who that person was, just tell me what you thought when you saw those images of the person who took your mother.
I mean, it's just absolutely terrifying.
Yeah.
It's just totally terrifying. And I can't imagine that is who she saw standing over her bed.
Yeah.
I can't. It's too much.
Yeah.
And I'm glad and grateful to the investigators and the technology companies that were able to find that video. To, I hope, at least with people of good heart and compassion, stop the irresponsible and cruel speculation that had started to swirl.
Let's talk about that for a minute.
I'm glad that people saw
Yeah.
what came to our door.
Yeah. When you talk about the cruel speculation, the whispers, the innuendo that it was somebody in your family, how did you weather that?
It's unbearable.
Yeah.
And it piles pain upon pain. There are no words. There are no words. I don't understand. I'll never understand. And no one took better care of my mom than my sister and brother-in-law. And no one protected my mom more than my brother. And we love her, and she is our shining light. She's our matriarch. She's all we have.
Savannah and her family stayed together in Arizona for weeks as the media coverage grew more intense.
We had to move houses many times because people came and not everyone is respectful, unfortunately. You know, And there was a night we had to leave in the dark in the desert, holding.
And that's awful. Did you hear what she just said? That she had to leave in the middle of the night, her brother and sister and her. Why? Because people were harassing them, it sounds like. And it sounds like what they were probably doing was probably accusing Tommaso and Annie. You guys are guilty. Get out here. I mean, it sounds like that's exactly what was happening. And that's pretty ridiculous, right? I mean, if it's true, that's up to law enforcement to figure that out. It is. But to make them have to leave in the middle of the night like that, that's harsh. And again, like I've mentioned before, you know, when you're a spouse and your spouse dies, there's a double whammy that occurs because people, unless they died from a sickness, people automatically think, oh, you must have been in on it. So if you didn't do it, not only did you lose your spouse, but then you're also the first suspect. It's a double whammy. And I think it can be similar in this situation where if they're innocent, yeah, a lot of people are accusing not necessarily Savannah, but Tommaso and Annie. And that's a lot. That's a lot, especially if they're innocent.
Hands, me and my sister and brother and I get into a car waiting for us because the people outside were closing in. So we found a place that was safe, and then we couldn't really leave too much. So like those days are a blur.
Yeah.
Crying and praying.
How did your family feel about the way the investigation was conducted?
Well, it's still going.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
people have worked tirelessly. And we see that. But we need answers. We cannot be at peace without knowing. And someone can do the right thing. And it is never too late to do the right thing. And our hearts are focused on that.
I think where Savannah ended that, it's not too late to do the right thing, is really, I think, the intent from the beginning.
I mean, that was a lot. It's a lot, and it really hammers home the humanity in the case here and how some people, they just get disconnected. They get disconnected from the humanity, and they're kind of just out for blood. They want, and rightfully, they want accountability. They want consequences. But in their pursuit of it, I think they get a little careless sometimes. And in their carelessness, it can hurt people. It can hurt people that are innocent. So I would caution people to be careful about that. And you see me get annoyed. I get annoyed when people speculate too much. And that's a big part of the reason why, is that you can you can ask questions and wonder, but then the second you get like, sure, no, this is definitely it, that I'm very cautious about that. I mean, we have seen that. Not as even some people used to say that about Tommaso, but in particular, Luke Daly, right? People were like really ripping him. Definitely him. Definitely him. Definitely guilty. And it's like, I'd be careful about that.
Yeah. I think she was a fantasy was that someone sees it. Someone who saw someone who knows someone who will say something because, I think this is all about bringing Nancy
Well, it's still an
home.
open case. We're 54 days in. The bravery that she's showing in this interview is not to shine a light on herself, but to remind people that if you have anything to do with this, if you know anything, we firmly believe that somebody does know something, it's not too late.
Yes.
We can still bring Nancy home if you call the number.
And one of the things Savannah actually said to me was she said, please remind everybody that there are lots of people who are missing. And that's why her family has donated to the
And look at that. Even considering the situation, Savannah has lost her mother, most likely passed away at this point. And she's saying something that people are kind of ridiculing us for even talking about it, right? But what about all the other kids? What about all the other people that are missing? And Savannah, even in her situation, is wanting to make sure that they get attention too. To me, you can agree or disagree with her politically, but I think Savannah's a good person. It seems to me like she's genuine. She passes the smell test to me. Now, I'm a pretty good face reader. Like, I can pick up the vibes. She seems like she's a good person. It's the same vibe I got from her mother, especially when I saw them interacting together, Nancy and Savannah. She got a good vibe, right? That doesn't mean you agree with them on everything, but they just seemed like genuine people to me.
National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. And she wanted me to underscore that because she wanted to be clear, like this is also about a lot of people who are missing. But you guys know how strong Savannah is. I knew she was strong, but I didn't know how much until yesterday. Yeah, when I sat with her.
Just of the takeaways there, the fact that our dear friend would blame herself.
Oh, that was the hardest.
That was the hardest part.
Would blame herself for any of this when it was some sicko or sickos out there who would kidnap a woman in the middle of the night. But the only SG could sit there and do that.
Because of the faith that she has, that Nancy instilled in her.
And I think we're going to talk about that, Al. In fact, in the next hour, we're going to talk a little bit more about Nancy and the faith that kind of brought her to this point. So our love and prayers with Savannah.
Again, we want to mention again the phone number to call. If you have any information about this case, that phone number is right there.
All right. So now time to go to part 2. In case, there's people watching this show that are in Arizona. So that's the tip line, 1-800-CALL-FBI. Check that out. And like I've also said before, tragically, it's possible the people that did this watch some of these channels, whether it's Brian Etten, Ashley Banfield, Law and Crime Network, Megyn Kelly, myself, Tony Bruschi. It's not impossible. Brian Koberger was watching Brian Etten before he was arrested. So that happens. Part 2.
You speak about your mom always in the present tense.
Yeah.
Well, before we get into this, make sure you like the video, please. Likes are free. Likes help pay for Shadow the Night Owl's Hootie Snacks. Shadow the Night Owl is my spirit animal, along with Swift the Fox from David the Gnome. And subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and say hello to the flock of black sheep in the live chat here. We've got a great group of people here. Eccentric, entertaining, funny, lots of music lyrics and movie quotes. A fun group. And thank you for all the support I've been getting so far.
She is present tense to me.
Do you feel her or have you heard her any moments?
Yeah, a little bit.
Tell me about your mommy. Just tell me about her.
My mom she's incredible. She's resolute and strong. Quiet strength, quiet faith, but hard fought. She's funny and a little mischievous, I would say, in her humor. She's a noble creature. She does what's right. She walks in faith, but not a fake, pious, put on faith, but like a grounded, earthy, she fought for it faith.
When you posted Please Pray in the beginning, the ocean of love and prayers, did you feel that? Did you sense what was happening?
I do feel prayers, I do. I believe that. I think she would have been just amazed, just truly amazed.
One of the images that stayed with me through all of this was you and Annie and Tommaso walking up and looking at the flowers and at the notes. As I saw that, I thought, I wonder if Savannah's going inside and what that must have felt like for you to go inside.
It's a great question by Hoda. But let me put this up here. Thank you very much for the super chat, Ellen. Respect, she says. Amen to that, Ellen. I really appreciate your support. And yeah, this is a tough interview to get through here. I mean, it really brings home the gravity of the situation, right? Thank you very much for that.
Of your mom's, your childhood home, your mom's house.
Yeah, I mean, this is the house that we grew up in. It's really the only house I've ever known and remember. So we moved there when I was about 4, I think. It's the house where I came home on a Friday night at 16, and my mom and sister were on the couch praying and told me that my father had died. It's the house where all of our memories are, good and bad. So it's hallowed ground. My mom loved and treasured that house. In good years and lean years, they were able to hold on to that house. That's my mom's safe haven. It's really hard to see that violated, and the terror that she must have felt is unbearable. It's unbearable.
Tell me, while you were spending all this time in Tucson, your kids were home, what do they know?
Well, it's so hard with kids because, you want to protect them. Dale would write me all the time, Mama, any leads? Do you hear anything? Any hope? And I think that, we tried to talk to them and try to give them a little more certainty than we have, to let them grieve. And for my little nephew Olmo too, there's just a way in which this is even so much harder on Annie and Tommy. And
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they gave her some of the questions in advance, just so she had an idea of what she was going to say and maybe not get blindsided. But that doesn't mean it's not genuine, right? I think maybe they gave her a general guideline. That wouldn't be unreasonable.
Olmo, because they're there.
They're there, yeah.
And they were there every day for my mom. They made it possible for her to stay in the house we grew up in that she loved so much. I think she always stayed in that house because I think she still felt my father there. All our memories. Let her have her space. And there's just a way in which this is just even more excruciating for them and all that they've been through.
I know it was a hard decision for you, and I know you told me about this, was coming back here, leaving Arizona to come back to New York. Why was that so difficult, that choice?
I looked out the window of the airplane and just thought, where are you?
Yeah.
That desert, that beautiful desert that she loves. Where are you?
Yeah.
How could I leave you? But my mom taught me a lot about grief. Our family knows grief. My father passed when I was 16 years old. He was only 49. It was a shock. And I remember my mom saying in those early days when Daddy died, like, you have to get up and decide and do. Just decide and do. And I'd read that in a book that meant a lot to her and her grief. And so I always remember that. So I'm trying to decide and do. Just get up and decide and do every day. I've felt terrible grief, and I felt unfathomable love and comfort.
And I mean, that's a lot. 49 years old, losing your dad, that's pretty young. I mean, it's only 8 years older than me. And then I think the worst part about with Nancy is, of course, she wasn't sick. Yeah, you're 84, but no one's expecting you to go that way. No one's expecting it that someone's going to kidnap and put maybe a hit on your 84-year-old mother. So it's being blindsided, and then plus the circumstances, it's just brutal. It's brutal.
The goodness and kindness of God is remarkable, and in equal measure to my sorrow. Wow. She showed us how to survive the unimaginable. When she lost my dad, she was 46 years old. She had 3 kids. She had never worked outside the home. She had to get up. She had to find a job. She had to mother 2 teenagers and 1 young adult just starting making his way into the world. She took care of her mother, her brother, who had Down syndrome. She invited to come live with us. She worked part-time to make ends kind of meet. She found a way, another job, a job she turned into a full-time job, a job she turned into a career. She had a second life of purpose and meaning. She had 1 million friends. She stayed strong for us. She was resolute. She was real. She grieved. I remember moments in my childhood, in those days after my dad died. She was so strong. But some mornings, before dawn, when she thought we were still sleeping, I would hear her crying at my door. To not be alone in her grief. So she taught me to be strong, but she taught me to be true. My faith is strong and resolute, but I early on felt that I heard for one of the very few times in my life. I did hear God speak to me. As I said to myself, I can handle anything, God. I can handle anything. I just can't handle not knowing. We can't handle not knowing.
Yeah.
I have to know.
I agree with her there. That is the hardest part, not knowing. Now, it's nowhere near the same, but when, for example, 20 years ago, I went to county jail for a couple days, I didn't know how long I was going to be there. The not knowing was the worst part. Now, I'm not saying that's the same in any way, but just to say that not knowing about what happened to her, that is the worst part. You don't know. And the fact that there's a little bit of hope maybe still left that she's still alive, yeah, that makes it almost worse in a way because you just can't turn the corner. Like you want to be able to start grieving, as tragic as that is, or find her. But you don't want to be in no man's land. And I feel like right now, it seems like no man's land, even though it seems more than likely she's no longer with us, but it can still feel like no man's land. So you just want to kind of rip the Band-Aid off and figure it out. All right, what are we going to do here? Find her? Or do we have to just move forward in the grief process here?
And I heard a voice. And it said, you do know where she is. She's with me. She's with me.
With him. So it seems like to me that was her kind of signal that yes, she's no longer with us. Start the grieving process. So maybe that did really help her, as awful as it was. But I mean, I don't know if people are religious or spiritual or whatever, but I do believe those kinds of things can happen. I believe there's a spiritual element in the world, a magical element. Some people don't. Some people don't. There's a lot of atheist types that really don't like the spiritual, magical, religious component. In fact, they hate it. They need a scientific explanation for everything. They are not my kinds of people, really. Generally, at least. So I'm glad she's been able to turn the corner here. And if that's what helped her to do it, I'm all for it.
So whether she is on this earth still, or whether she is in heaven, I know where she is. I know who she's with. But we need to know.
I mean, Savannah's faith has been on display over the years, but never quite like that.
I don't know if people realize that none of us have had much correspondence with her over this whole 54-day ordeal. So as we're watching this with the world, we're learning and unpacking so much about our dear friend.
Yeah.
And it's hard to process here in live TV in the moment.
Yeah.
But what's amazing is the very source of her pain is the very source of her faith.
Yeah.
And Nancy showing her the path, which is just amazing.
So you get the sense by watching that. Obviously, the grief is just unfathomable. It's hard to watch. It seems like she's found some peace.
I think she's
found some peace.
I think she has found some, but I think she wants the answers too. She says that no one will steal the joy. No one can walk into their lives and steal that joy. But when she talked about the equal parts, like she's seen the best of humanity and the worst of it. She's seen the best of faith that's carried her through. And her mom taught her that. like still teaching her lessons to this day. I learned so many things that I did not know about Savannah in that moment myself, and Nancy especially.
And the thing about Nancy too was she had this wicked sense of humor. I remember saying something to her about a school in Arizona that did not accept Savannah, and she had a pithy remark that's not repeatable, but with a smile on her face.
I have to say, and since we've all met and known Nancy, to really understand who she is is really special. But we're going to hear a lot more from Savannah. She actually revealed what her plans are, not just returning home here to New York, but returning home here to today. So we're going to talk about that, her future. And then tomorrow night, I'm going to have more from our conversation. It's a special edition of Dateline. It's at 9, 8 Central. We'll learn even more.
We know you're watching, SG. We love you. Can't wait to have you back here. Again, if you know.
Is this Carson Daly to the right? Is that who that is?
Anything that could help bring Nancy home, we urge you to call that number on your screen, 1-800-CALL-FBI.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget,
All right. But I am glad that Savannah does seem to have a good team there behind her, people that really support, care, and love her. I mean, that's what's going to help her through.
You guys.
And before we get into this, please make sure that you like the video. Likes are free. Mr. Rooster, welcome. You missed Savannah there. But Brian and Maureen are going to talk about Savannah here. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Super chats are a great way to get questions answered and to support the channel. Super stickers, great way to support the channel. Becoming a channel member gives you access to the members-only live streams. And make sure you support Brian Etten here. Make sure most of you already are, but subscribe to his channel, support his work. Same with Ashley Banfield, same with Tony Bruschi, same with Dr. Grande, Law and Crime Network. Anyone we watch, I want to make sure you support them too. Want to make sure that I'm giving back to them as much as I get from them. That's important to me.
Hey guys, thank you so much for checking out my show. I really, really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. As I always say, I really appreciate all your support and for supporting my channel. Today is day 54 in the search for Nancy Guthrie. A ton of new information coming out with this Savannah Guthrie interview that she did. Some of the things I was expecting her to say, other things just kind of blew my mind. I mean, there's some details that came out that she revealed that I wasn't expecting and I didn't know about. And I'm going to go through all of the new developments and everything that stood out to me that she said and what I think it means coming up in this episode. Also, you're going to hear from Maureen O'Connell. She's my friend. She's a retired FBI agent. She's been on the show a bunch. I know you guys love her. I love Maureen too. She's got some really new, interesting theories when it comes to how Nancy Guthrie was taken out of the house, and also the whole possibility of a Mexico connection. Could the suspects have gone back to Mexico or the suspect? And I've never really been able to shake the possibility of a Mexico connection. I know early on, you remember I went to Mexico looking around, and I know early on the sheriff's office said, there's no reason to believe that Nancy is in Mexico or that this involves anyone in Mexico. But at the same time, we've never been told why not to believe that. And I don't know. I'm not saying there's a Mexican connection. I just haven't been able to shake it. And there's some new information on that front that I am going to talk to Maureen about coming up a little later in the episode. But first, I do want to go through the key developments when it comes to Savannah Guthrie and the interview that she did with Hoda that came out on the Today Show. First of all, I mean, it's gut-wrenching. It is gut-wrenching. And it is one of the reasons that I have felt so invested in this story is because I have thought about her and her family and what they have been going through. And when you saw her in this interview, you realized just the agony And even though we are now on day 54 for them, the pain is still so raw, and the not knowing.
Yes, the not knowing for sure. Laura gifted a Wizard of Radical Self-Respect membership. Thank you so much, Laura. People should make sure they check out Anxiety Art Adventures. She has a channel out there too. Make sure you support her work as well. Thank you again, Laura. And the way YouTube gives out memberships is anyone who participates on the channel, YouTube just randomly gives it to the people that participate. So thank you again, Laura.
Is still excruciating, and that came through very clearly in Savannah's interview. So the first part I want to play for you, and then I'll talk about it, is how, and I had wondered about this, because I think one of the reasons we're also invested in the story is because we're all thinking about our own moms, and I'm like so close to my mom, and I'm an only child, and like I'm very, very close to my mom, and I've played out in my mind like how I would handle realizing if my mom was gone and abducted. And so this is the first thing that Savannah talked about, is how she found out and what went through her mind.
And my sister called me and I said, "Is everything okay?" Mm-hmm. And she said, "No." She said, "Mom's missing." And I said, "What? Yeah. What are you talking about?" She said, "She's gone." And she was in a panic. I was in a panic. I'm like, "Call 911. Yeah. She's like, "I did. We've called them. They're here." And we thought that she must have had like some kind of medical episode in the night, and that somehow, the paramedics had come because the back doors were propped open, and that didn't make any sense. We thought maybe they came and there was a stretcher and they took her out the back, but her phone was there and her purse was there and all her things. Yeah. And it just didn't make any sense. So, Annie and Tommy had already called all the hospitals, but then I'm like, I'm going to call the hospital. So then I started calling the hospitals, and the police were there and talking to her at the same time. And it was just chaos. Yeah.
So it really stood out to me that she talked about the back doors being propped open, and there was a plural there, back doors being propped open. Now, I don't know if that was just the way she was kind of saying it, and maybe it's a back door, but I picked up on that. More than one door being propped open, she said. Did the suspect, I mean, remember, we saw the suspect or suspects on the front doorbell camera in the front of the house, but
Now, what do you think that means, chat? Multiple back doors propped open. Does that mean something? Do you think she misspoke? What do you think it is? Does that mean there was definitely more than one person? I'm not sure what I think that means, to be honest. But what do you think it means, chat? Let's hear some of your thoughts.
Did they enter through the back? Did they take Nancy out through the back? Did they perhaps just enter through the back and then open up the front door and open up that security gate and take Nancy out the front, which would explain why we saw the blood in the front? That seems like a real possibility. We still don't know, but the fact that Savannah is acknowledging that the back doors were propped open is very interesting, and in my mind creates several different scenarios in the way this may have all gone down. Also, the fact, obviously, that her phone and purse were there. These are things that I had heard early on, that it didn't appear to be a burglary. And then the fact that she was barefoot and that she was in her pajamas. Again, it just creates this mental picture of how terrifying this must have been for her when it seems she was dragged out of there. And the way that Savannah described that is just heartbreaking. She also talks about Nancy's condition, and we knew that she is mentally with it, but that she had mobility issues, and we're hearing a little more detail about exactly how bad some of those mobility issues are and how that may play into what happened here.
She was in tremendous pain. Yeah. Her back was very bad. She was trying to, on a good day, she could walk down to the mailbox and get the mail, but most days not. So there was no wander off. And the doors were propped open.
Yeah.
And there was blood on the front doorstep. and the Ring camera had been yanked off.
Yeah.
And so we were saying, this is,
do something.
this is not okay.
Yeah.
This isn't, something is very wrong here.
Yeah. Did you guys talk about what possibly could have happened? Like, what could have happened? What went down? Did you?
I think my brother, I mean, my siblings are so amazing. My brother, you know, he spent his career in the military and worked in intelligence and is a fighter pilot and is brilliant. And he saw very clearly right away what this was.
Yeah.
And even on the phone, when I called him, he knew.
He knew.
Now remember, folks, just because we saw the perp on the front porch cam, the Nest cam, doesn't mean that's how they came in. Everyone always talks about, well, that 148 time and 228 time, and that's the time the Nest cam was taken down and when Nancy's pacemaker disconnected. And they act as if that means the person was in the house the entire time. But that's not what that means at all. It's just a clue. It's a clue that, okay, that's when the Nest cam came down. And the 228 is when the pacemaker was disconnected. The perp might not have gone inside right away. It may walk around the house, maybe met up with somebody else, propped a couple doors open in the back. Easily that could have happened. And maybe they're only inside for 20 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. We don't know. But it's not necessarily true that it's 41 minutes.
And he said, I think she's been kidnapped for ransom. And I said,
Yeah.
what? Yeah. Well, why? What? And then, I mean, it sounds so like, how dumb could I be?
So interesting to see that the family very early on thought this was a kidnapping, and it makes sense. I mean, again, you think about if you were in this situation and you knew that your mom could barely walk and that she wouldn't just disappear and the back doors are open and her phone and everything is left behind, it makes sense why she would think that. Savannah also talked about whether or not her fame and wealth could have something to do with this. And this is something that we have talked about since the beginning. And I've had people on the show to talk about, because if you look historically and statistically at kidnappings and abductions, they are almost never random. And especially when it comes to elderly people. And it has always seemed like if someone was going to kidnap Nancy or abduct Nancy and ask for a ransom, it would probably have something to do with the fact that they knew that Savannah Guthrie was her daughter. And it seems that Savannah also realizes that, and she talked about that.
But I didn't want to believe. I just said, do you think because of me? And he said, I'm sorry, sweetie, but yeah, maybe. But I knew that.
You did?
I hope not. I mean, we still don't know. Mm-hmm. Honestly, we don't know anything. No. We don't know anything. So I don't know that it's because she's my mom and somebody thought, oh, that girl, that lady has money. We can make a quick buck. I mean, that would make sense, but we don't know. But yeah, that's probably, which is too much to bear. To think that I brought this to her bedside, that it's because of me. And I just say, I'm so sorry, Mommy. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to my sister and my brother and my kids and my nephew and Tommy and my brother-in-law. I'm like, so sorry. I'm so sorry. If it is me, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
So again, just excruciating to think about the guilt that Savannah feels. And obviously, I mean, that I think anyone would feel that way.
Dead, DED. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. All the black sheep should give you a welcome. Just literally saw your When the Narcissist Calls the Cops on You and saw that you're live. I don't know. I just subbed right now. Well, I appreciate you. And people will welcome you as well. Tim, welcome to Tim too.
You know, it's just terrible. I mean, she shouldn't feel that way. But you know, I don't even know what to say about it. It's terrible hearing her cry during that part. To me, that was really the most emotional part of the interview and just so sad. She also talks about the ransom letters, and this is something that we haven't talked about in a while. I think.
And also, Deb, I make a lot of shorts, of course, about narcissism, and I interview professionals about narcissism, Dr. Salerno, Dr. Simon, Dr. Z, people like HG Tudor, and I do that. But I also use my experience with narcissism, mental health, and addiction, as well as narcissistic abuse and narcissistic family systems, to give my unique perspective on true crime and current events. And that's what I generally do when I'm live in the evening. Occasionally, I'll invite other people on with me too. Dr. Salerno was live with me last week. We didn't go over true crime, but we had a good discussion.
A lot of us pushed these aside. Remember TMZ, and there were so many different letters, and we didn't know which ones to take seriously, and there was never really a clear way to pay a ransom. And a lot of the experts who I was talking to were saying, look, like they didn't even think any of the letters were real. But what's interesting is Savannah is saying that she thinks that 2 of the letters may have in fact been legit. Because there were 2 letters that went to the local TV station that also went to TMZ. There was information in those letters that made it seem like they could be real, specifics about things inside the house, some specifics about things outside the house. And even all this time later, it sounds like Savannah believes that those letters could have been legitimate. Listen to what she said.
There are a lot of different notes, I think, that came. And I think most of them, it's my understanding, are not real. And I didn't see them. But, you know, a person that would send a fake ransom note really has to look deeply at themselves.
Yeah.
And she's not wrong. She's basically calling out the opportunists and exploiters out there that are trying to take advantage of the situation. But like Brian said, I had my doubts whether any of the ransom notes were real. Savannah thinks 2 of them are real. And hey, I'm not going to disagree. I had the sense that it was just someone trying to take advantage, and maybe TMZ was just, I don't know. But the reason I ultimately thought the ransom notes were not real is because I don't think money was the goal. The money wasn't the goal, I don't think. Like Matt had said in the comments, and I've said previously, I've said this many times, unfortunately, but the goal was probably to punish or get revenge on Savannah Guthrie somehow. And that wasn't to blame her. It's not blaming her that that's what their motive was. But I do get the sense that's what their motive was. Why would that be their motive? Maybe it's something to do with politics. Maybe it's something to do with her husband. Maybe it's just someone deranged that just didn't like her for no reason. Maybe it's someone that didn't like the relationship she had with her mother. So they're like, screw you. Anything's possible at this point. But that's what I think. Doesn't mean I'm right, but that's what I've thought.
To a family in pain. But I believe the 2 notes that we received, that we responded to, I tend to believe those are real.
Really?
So I still have a lot of questions about the ransom letters. I think in a future episode, I'm going to dive back into the ransom letters and everything we know, because again, I think a lot of us have moved on from those. And the fact that Savannah is saying she thinks 2 of them are legit probably means that law enforcement is also thinking that and telling her that. So I'm going to go back, I'm going to talk to some of my sources again, and I'll do an episode in the coming days about the ransom letters. Remember, she offered $1 million reward. So why that never panned out. Again, there's this theory, which I've talked about, that this was an abduction for ransom initially, that something happened to Nancy where she died, and that whoever did this is thinking, I don't want to be charged with murder, because you could still be charged with felony murder, and I don't even want the ransom anymore. We're just going to pretend like this never happened. I think that's a possibility. But yeah, I'm going to dive back into the ransom letters, because that was one of the parts of the interview that surprised me, that she still believes that 2 of the ransom letters are legit. That is not something that I was expecting her to say, but it's interesting. And this last part I want to play is about, well, actually there's 2 more parts I want to play, but this next part I want to play is about what her family's going through. I mean, there have been, and I saw it a ton when I was there. I mean, there's been a lot of finger pointing at members of the Guthrie family and people thinking that they were involved, even though the sheriff outright said that they are not suspects. And I've reported about polygraphs being taken, but to hear her explain how this has felt for her, that aspect of this, I felt was, again, really heartbreaking. Listen to this.
When you talk about the cruel speculation, the whispers, the innuendo that it was somebody in your family, how did you weather that?
It's unbearable.
Yeah.
And it piles pain upon pain. There are no words. There are no words. I don't understand. I'll never understand.
I mean, Anne, you make a good point that maybe she read something in there that made her think it was legit. Yeah, that's certainly possible. Maybe the person knew something that only family would know or something. I don't know. Or maybe it was just to mess with her. That wouldn't surprise me either, unfortunately. But we'll never know. Or maybe we'll not never know, but we won't necessarily know why she thinks that.
And no one took better care of my mom than my sister and brother-in-law.
And then one final part of the interview I want to play for you before I get into my discussion with Maureen is about, they asked Savannah what she thinks about the investigation, which this was obviously interesting to me, considering all of the criticism of the sheriff, the fact that it's now day 54, there's still no resolution. I wanted to hear what Savannah thought. And I'll tell you what I think about it, but listen to what she said.
How did your family feel about the way the investigation was conducted?
Well, it's still going.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
people have worked tirelessly. And we see that.
Mm-hmm.
But we need answers.
Mm-hmm.
We cannot be at peace without knowing. And someone can do the right thing.
So I thought it was interesting that she obviously recognized the tireless work of law enforcement, and it has been tireless. And they still have this task force that's working pretty much around the clock. But you also heard her say, I mean, the agony of it now being almost 2 months, and she's clearly, I sensed there's a frustration there, which how could there not be? How could there not be if you've been waiting this long for some kind of resolution? I think we're all frustrated, let alone if you're Savannah Guthrie or someone in her family. So my heart again goes out to her and the family. You know, I don't know. I think that's one of the reasons that we're all so invested in this. And I just hope for them that there's some kind of resolution soon. Will any of this make a difference? Her talking, could this actually cause someone to come forward who feels, guilty or sees Savannah's agony and decides they want to do the right thing. I hope so. I'm not sure that's really going to happen, though. And that's one of the things that I talked about with Maureen O'Connell, again, my friend and retired FBI agent. Maureen, it's nice to see you. Thank you for joining me again.
Good to see you as always.
Are you having a good day?
I'm having a long day already, even though it's early, but it's all good. Yep.
Very
Started
good.
super early, but getting it done.
Well, thank you.
Isn't it so nice of Maureen to make sure she perfectly fits my box so that I don't interrupt her face at all? Very thoughtful of her.
Thank you for making the time for me. I was just commenting your necklace. I was wondering if it was a like an FBI. It looked like almost a sheriff's star.
It's actually the Chicago Police badge. They have a star, and this was my sister's, and she worked Chicago Police for her whole career. And then when she passed away, her kids were kind enough to give it to me, and I just absolutely cherish it.
Well, it looks really nice. It's
just like I loved my sister Sue. She was a lunatic, but in the best possible way.
Awesome. So I wanted to ask you a couple about some of these new developments with Nancy Guthrie. First of all, hey guys, I was in Arizona for almost a month and a half, and
So Tina says it bothers her that Brian Netton doesn't say something about Ashley Banfield. I don't necessarily think Brian was on that page with her, honestly. You never heard Brian say that. So I think he was a little more cautious. But I understand. I understand what you're saying. But while you're here, folks, please remember to like the video. Likes are free, and likes help pay for Hootie Snacks, HOOTIE, for my spirit animal Shadow the Night Owl. And say hello to the flock of black sheep here in the live chat. And welcome to Autumn in here too. And make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're not already. We hit 40,000 last night. We're rocking and rolling with subscribers. Before we know it, we'll be at 50, then 100, and then we'll see from there.
It's just so sad, the part where she's talking about how she's been waking up in the middle of the night thinking about what her mom woke up to. What was your takeaway?
That was really hard to watch, even though it was only a few minutes long. And it's a multiple of 5,000, what I've been saying since the beginning, which is I wake up some nights wondering, where is Nancy? And I've said since the very beginning, the moment I saw those images of that porch pirate, I just thought, oh my God, what she must have awakened to. It's unbelievable. And now that we find out that her family says that she did in fact leave her doors unlocked, or at least the back doors, I suspected maybe something with, owning a dog all those years. And I said it to you before on the show that she may have left it open to let the dog out or whatever. But I really, it goes, at the end of this, let's go over some more tips for people that are living alone and want to remain safe, because I've got a whole new list. I mean, I only gave a couple of things last time you asked me.
Yeah, remind me at the end, because I do want to ask you that, because a lot of people commented when we did that video that it was really, really helpful. Even some of the stuff that it's like, oh, everybody must know that, you just forget. So I'm gonna ask you that at the end. But yeah, when you've worked with like I'm just thinking about Savannah right now. I mean, obviously there's a plan for her to get back to work, but when you've worked with victims, I mean, with the not knowing, I mean, it'd be hard enough to lose your mom and know what happened, but the not knowing, like, how do you get through that?
That's where Tom Petty's partially correct. Tom Petty says the wait is the hardest part. I say it's partially. To me, it's the not knowing. Not knowing if something's even going to happen is the hardest part. And part of that's waiting. But ultimately, it's the uncertainty. Like if you knew something was going to happen, waiting wouldn't be as bad. But waiting is bad and unpleasant when you're uncertain. So Tom Petty, half correct.
I worked with a lot of victims for cases throughout my career, but the ones that I really worked closely with were the family members of the victims of the Colonial Parkway murders. And even though it was a TV show we were there for weeks and weeks. We spent a great deal of time with the victims' families and just talking about what these crimes did to their parents, how it just destroys whole families. And I don't mean destroys like everyone stops loving each other. I mean, your mother is completely broken. Your dad, when they lose a child, your father, the same way. The marriage is never the same because they can't seem to connect. Because this type of thing is so heavy. It's like having an elephant sit on your back 24/7. It's so heavy. And you can feel it when you interact with these people. It's oftentimes the hardest part of the job is just seeing that and then feeling what it does to you too when you're involved. But for Savannah, I mean, it doesn't take a psychic to see what she's feeling. It's everywhere. I mean, you could feel it through the screen. I wish there was something I could do to help her. So many of us do, and I know you do too, Brian. Oh, and one of them would be to find the sons of bitches that did this to her mother and just, ugh.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think about her job too. She has to go through all this in such a public way and then going back to work.
This is honestly, I don't know why I thought about this, but this is why public executions used to be a thing, right? You heard about something terrible that happened in the community. They said, oh, you saw something terrible happen? Oh, don't worry. There'll be a public hanging or a public guillotine so you can all watch this person get justice.
What that's going to be like for her, even just because it is the Today Show and it's kind of a lighthearted show. I mean, they do cooking segments. It's not really meant. It's not a depressing show. You know what I mean? It's a morning show. So I just wonder what that's going to be like for her to have to kind of try to
Brian,
put this to the side.
There's a lot of victims that go through this that have to go back working at McDonald's or working at the DMV where they're dealing with the public all the time and they're just on the verge of tears, sometimes years. Or, my cousin who's a teacher who went through.
And that's why they say that be kind. People are fighting a battle that you may know nothing about. And that's true. That's true. It's not the case in every time, but it's something to have in the back of your mind. Like, hey, I mean, what if something like this has happened to them? What if they just got cheated on? What if they got divorced, right? It's just something to consider. That being said, there's certainly people that don't handle those things in a good way either, and they take it out on other people. So it becomes a little more difficult to have compassion for them when they're being so prickly and abrasive. But you can't accuse Savannah of that in this case. She's being the opposite of prickly and abrasive.
And her husband, who's a physical therapist, who's have gone through the loss of a child or some loved one. It's hard. I mean, when my mom passed very suddenly and I had to go back to work, it was not easy. But my mother wasn't ripped out of her bed in the middle of the night and, God knows what happened to her. At least we knew where she was. We were able to go through the motions of saying goodbye to her and honoring her and celebrating her life. Those rituals are very, very important to moving forward in a healthy way. This not knowing, as you pointed out a minute ago, is just impossible. It's just so hard.
Do you think Savannah speaking out this way now could lead someone to come forward? Do you think it could make a difference?
Well, I would like to think so. And I'm sure there are people out there that know something. But if you're closely associated with these sons of bitches, you have to be pretty cold-hearted yourself, in my opinion. I mean, I don't know. I shouldn't be so jaded. But what in the actual, why have you not come forward already? You've got money on the table. So even if you don't have a conscience, you can get $1.2 million. Just make a call. You're never going to have a life-changing opportunity like this again as long as you live. Just do what is right. just looking at that poor woman, how can you not want to help her unless you don't have a heart and you don't have a soul?
The other videos we saw of her.
And that's the thing. People that have impaired empathy, it looks like they don't have a heart or soul because they act like it. And there's a fair amount of psychopaths. I mean, let's face it. If you're the kind of person that can do this to Nancy Guthrie, you're probably extremely low on the empathy scale, or you have none, right? Let's keep it real. Anyone who can do that, that's probably where they fall. So if you're dealing with someone who at the best has extremely low empathy, these appeals to having a heart and doing the right thing, they fall flat. They just do. Now, the appeals may be for the people around that person that know who did it, maybe, but even then, it can be dangerous. It can be dangerous for someone to come forward.
Were they felt a little more scripted. Obviously, it was early on in the investigation, and when I was in Arizona, we knew that the FBI was going in to help her actually shoot them. And this is a longer form interview that's coming out over several days. Do you think she's able to just talk about what she wants to now, or do you think the FBI is still involved in helping her craft her answers in an interview like this?
I think a lot of what she's said so far, and which we'll see that she says tomorrow or whenever they let this out. But I think a lot of it is from her heart. But I think there will be things in there that the FBI has strongly suggested that she mention, because it's every time she goes on, you have to know that the offender or offenders are watching. Unless they're south of the border, because as remember when you went down there and no one even heard of her? It was crazy.
Yeah. I'm still very curious if Mexico will end up having something to do with this. And I mean, obviously not like the government. I just mean like someone going back to Mexico. And I found it just strange how quickly authorities said we have no reason to believe anyone went to Mexico or that Mexico was involved. Like, how I still don't understand why they said that. How do they know that if they don't know anything?
Well, they probably felt that the people were too comfortable on the front porch, that they knew too much. They had to be nearby. The circuitous route that is that neighborhood is hard to figure out. That's the GPS and the signal strength is just non-existent. So, I mean, I guess there were all kinds of things they were putting together, and they probably had a good couple of leads at that point. But now those leads have all dried up. So now it looks like anything's in play. But if you look at her statement from the other day or whenever that was, she said that the people of Tucson are going to be the ones that are going to provide the information that's going to solve this investigation.
Yeah, and in that statement, she also specifically referenced January 11th, which you and I had been talking about that for a while. I knew that the FBI was asking the neighbors about that date, but it had never really come out in an official way. Like, she actually referenced that date in her statement, which is 3 weeks before the abduction. It's a weekend. How significant do you think it is that she's now referencing that date in officially in a Guthrie statement?
Well, because I think at first they weren't able to definitively say if it was the 11th, but a lot of my colleagues were saying, because my first thought was, hey, they loaded her up in the car and now he came back to the front porch to make sure he didn't leave anything, because it was a bit of a struggle when they were getting out of there. Like, did a phone fall out of his pocket? Or it wouldn't be the first time that a phone has been left at the scene accidentally, or maybe a glove or anything along those lines. But if you look in the background, it was way too dark. And it was too dark because it wasn't the night of the full moon. That full moon was one of the most powerful full moons that we've had in a very, very long time. And it was a super moon. And it was, it lit up. You could see in the background that you could see the light hitting on the night of that she was abducted. You could see the light hitting the ground behind the offender. there was the chance in my mind that the pixelation could have had something to do with that, or the camera, whatever, because you couldn't see the eye holes in the mask, or there's a lot of issues with that photo to begin with. But with it being dark in the background, it was considered by a couple of my colleagues that I really trust that it had to be a different night. And I was like, well, if it's a different night, man, that does kind of pull the family out of focus a little bit for me, because the family isn't going to have to, they're not going to have to do recon missions and all this other kind of stuff on our house. They know the house, unless so that was, but this was before the family was even cleared, as you well know. So I was thinking that just yanked them out of focus a little bit for me, or pulled them out of the frame a little bit.
Yeah, and I've heard that even without a timestamp, there's ways based on the moon and the lighting that the FBI can determine like a date even, or a time frame, which is interesting.
If it's really clear.
Yeah.
But in a pixelated photo like that, nothing's really clear. You can't even tell,
So chat, what do you think about January 11th? Is that just another day on the Nest Cam, despite the fact Sheriff Nanos refuses to say that? That's what I tend to think. I tend to think that Nest Cam is from January 11th. Now, what does that mean for the investigation? Well, it means they were casing out the house. It means that's probably why they knew things. If it wasn't someone connected to the family, right? They've already been there. They saw where how the cameras were in the front. But outside of that, what else do you think? What else do you think could be the significance of January 11th? What does that do for the case? Because that's really what's most important, right? Okay, it's 2 days. So what does that do for the case? Let's hear some thoughts.
Like the backpack looked light gray and it was actually black, I guess, or whatever, who knows? It's just more than 50 days, man. I never thought we'd be this far out. But then I keep going back to the Corey Richins case. Everybody thought, she got away with murder, and it wasn't until a year later that they were able to really put a case together, because you only have one chance to charge someone with murder. That's it. So you got to make it stick, and you got to make it right.
Yeah.
So whoever they have, if they have anybody.
Just back to the February 11th, I think there was some confusion too, because we had sources telling us that this other picture was from a previous date. But the sheriff was pushing back. I don't know if you remember, the sheriff was then saying, that's not true. We have no way of knowing for sure. And then I would go back and check with our source, and they're like, no, it's definitely from a previous date. I'm like, why is the sheriff so, pushing back so hard on this? And now he's done another interview just within the last week where he has said, oh, actually, we do think it's from a previous date. Google told us that it was from the 11th, but then they came back and said, well, we can't be sure, but we still do think it's from a previous date. We think it's an important date. I'm just wondering, did his messaging, is that damaging in terms of trying to get this, information out to the public and trying to get them to take a date seriously?
So one thing you have to remember, Maureen's generally hesitant to criticize law enforcement because she was one of them. So she's not going to be someone that's usually hard on law enforcement. Occasionally, they'll push her patience and she'll say something. But I think the rest of us are probably much more hard on law enforcement, including Sheriff Nanos's previous and current coworkers. Sergeant Cross, current coworker. Brian Ettin interviewed him. Ashley Banfield interviewed him. Former Under Sheriff Rick Castigar, very critical of Sheriff Nanos. No confidence. No one in the law department there, the sheriff's office, Pima County, no one has confidence in Sheriff Nanos. That's pretty damning. That's a pretty big indictment.
Here you have the Guthrie family now acknowledging it, but the sheriff for so long was saying no, everybody's wrong. We don't know why people are saying that.
You're assuming people are listening to him. And at this point, I don't think that's the case, unfortunately. And I really hate to say that, because normally this is what we point to. We point to the press conferences. Whatever comes out of a press conference is golden. And it usually proves to be that way in court. you know, when we watch trials afterwards. So I don't know. I honestly, if he said that, I didn't even hear him say that because I don't pay attention anymore.
Well, that's pretty damning even in itself. For Maureen to say that, that's a lot. So she doesn't even listen to you. That's what Maureen thinks of Sheriff Nanos. She thinks so lowly of him that she doesn't even pay attention to what he says. That's more damning than perhaps anything she could say.
And that's not good.
Well, I've seen that in some of the comments too. People are starting to just not really take what he says seriously, which I mean, technically is still in charge of the investigation.
Yeah.
So it's not a good thing. Have you been following? I mean, there's a recall that's now starting to take shape where they want to get a special election to try and throw him out, essentially. And
recall. I'm very interested how this recall will go. But also, please remember to like the video while you're here. 895 people. I'm looking at you. Like the video. Likes help support Shadow the Night Owls. Hootie Snacks. He's my spirit animal. A lot of night owls here. A lot of black sheep or night owls. And say hello to the flock of black sheep in the live chat. And make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And thank you very much for all of the support I've been getting so far.
And he was previously working in El Paso decades ago, and he left and then came on at the Pima County Sheriff's Office. This is the sheriff. But it turns out, I never talked about this, but a local reporter went back and got the records, and he had, kind of a shady history in El Paso Police. He was suspended like 8 times, use of force issues, a variety of issues, and never told anybody about that in Pima County, allegedly. And even in a deposition, when he was asked, have you ever been suspended before? He said no. And so now this has become a real issue, and it's become part of the recall. And there was even a board of supervisors meeting, which is, the government agency that oversees the body that oversees Pima County. And they voted unanimously to look more into it. I mean, your former law enforcement, does that concern you that he was asked specifically in a deposition, have you ever been suspended, and said no when he had in fact been suspended 8 times?
Yes, that disturbs me. But I have to also call out Pima County. I mean, if this guy, how long was he in El Paso as a police officer? Just a couple of years, right?
He was young. Yeah, he was in his 20s. And
so he was only there a couple of years. He's suspended 8 times, all these different allegations, and no one in Pima County even bothered to find that out. Where's their due diligence? They can point fingers all they want.
Yeah, I like this. This is what we mentioned yesterday, right? If he had 8 suspensions, he assaulted someone with a flashlight while they were handcuffed. Sheriff Nanos, this is. And that's basically assault with a deadly weapon. If someone did that to a cop, they'd arrest them for attempted murder. Just another example of rules for thee, but not for me. But why couldn't the people running against Sheriff Nanos, where is the messaging? I mean, I can't help but to think it was probably just a D versus R thing in Pima County. And if there are Democrats there, they were thinking, well, R is associated with Trump, and I can't vote for anyone that's R, so Sheriff Nanos it is. And you think, well, it shouldn't be that way. And I would say, well, you're right. But that doesn't mean it wasn't that way. It very easily could have been that way. I think personally, law enforcement probably should be apolitical. Your job is to enforce the law. And common myth, by the way, when you look at the police cars, it says to serve and to protect. Many people mistakenly believe that means to serve and protect the people. That is not what it means. There's been a Supreme Court ruling on this. To serve and protect means to serve and protect the law. Much different.
They hired this person. When you're a police officer now, when you're trying to become a police officer, not only are you taking polygraph exams, they're looking at your background, they're looking at your school records from when you were in grade school. They interview everyone, like a teacher from grade school, teacher from middle school, teacher from high school, teacher from college. It is so rigid and so strict to become a police officer anywhere. That's how it is now. In many, many cases, these background investigations, even going back then, would have found all this stuff out. Pima County's got some culpability here too. They can't point everything at him. The fact that he lied under oath, absolutely, that's what's going to get him fired right now. That's going to get him fired. He's gone, in my opinion. He's going to be gone. But there's no way that this was a secret, that this guy had all these issues, all these problems in his jacket, as we call it, his file or whatever. This guy was well known to have all kinds of issues. Anyone that's suspended that much is just a problem child, which is why he had to leave. How did they not see any of that? It's dereliction on their part also.
And the union did another vote of no confidence, which they've done before, but this one was recent, like since the Nancy Guthrie investigation. There's 100 deputies in the union, and it was unanimous. So
it was unanimous with the deputies in the union. Okay.
Correct. Yeah, which is
not the ones that aren't union. Okay.
That's correct. But the majority, it's my understanding the majority of the deputies are in the union. I mean,
okay.
Does that say should we be disturbed by that?
Yeah, I mean that's another huge problem, a huge hurdle for him. It's going to be really hard. You know, it's hard for a person to lead in a situation like that. And in a situation like that, I would expect the deputies, like I said before, they're working arm in arm, hand in hand with the FBI, and they may be not telling the sheriff everything because of situations like this. If he's a micromanager, which that's what I'm hearing, that he's a total micromanager. Nobody likes working for a micromanager, especially in a big case. Big cases are hard enough as it is. The last thing you need is some micromanager.
I totally agree with Maureen here. I hate micromanagers. I hate the controlling folks. And this is why it's good, actually. The 4 detectives and the sergeant, they went to go work with the FBI and their task force on the case outside of the critical eye of Sheriff Nanos. Probably very good for the case, I would say.
You're breathing down your neck.
Yeah,
but I don't think he's going to survive this. This is what, in the business, this is what we call an unsurvivable.
He is elected, though. I mean, they can't just fire him. I mean, there has to be a huge process here. You know what I mean? It's not like with a police chief where it's like the city council.
Oh, but lying under oath.
That comes back to get you, huh?
Yeah, look at that. Maureen didn't like that, right? Maureen's like, yeah, you should be able to fire his ass, is basically what Maureen's thinking.
Yeah, that's gonna be real hard.
I was just thinking, I've had jobs before where they'll send out these anonymous surveys and you can kind of like talk about how happy you are and what you think about your boss. And I'm always like nervous to really, like, I never trust those things. I'm always like, I don't either. They're going to know who said what, but I'm just thinking about these deputies. I mean, for all of them to vote no confidence, and then you have to work there and this is your boss and you probably have to talk to the man. It must be kind of awkward.
Yeah, it is awkward. We used to have in the Bureau, they would say that these are anonymous surveys, but how long have you been in the Bureau? What division do you work in? All this other stuff. We're like, if you say you're in 22 years and you're in the Los Angeles division, there aren't that many of us that have been in the that have 22 years in law. It's easy to figure out is what I'm saying. So we were always very cautious too, but then the inspectors would come face to face and, these inspectors one time, it was one of the few bosses I couldn't take this person. But they said, you have to be able to say something. I said, I'm not saying anything. I'm just not going to, Maureen, I cannot fill this out without, you have to tell me something. And I was like, okay, he's clean shaven. I mean, that's all I can think to say. And he's like, you're not making it easy on me. But so they tried to get that from us. It just, early on in my career, it didn't seem to make much difference. But I have to say that as time went on, they apparently did start listening to people, and it did make a difference. So that's always good. And I really started seeing these things shape opinions later on in my career, which I think is good. And it looks like that may be what's happening here. But he's got all kinds of hurdles, all kinds of problems, all kinds of issues, all coming together at one time. It's a storm, and he may not make it out.
At the end of the day, though, do you think, even if he's got all these issues, and it seems pretty clear that he does now with some of the stuff that we're seeing, do you think it's impacted the Nancy Guthrie investigation? I mean, do you think we'd still be here day 50 plus if he didn't have these issues?
I think the initial issue with the crime scene is going to go down as a problem. And I'm not throwing any shade at crime scene techs from the Pima County Sheriff's Office. These people have to do extraordinary work.
And this is just the facts of the matter. Maureen has to be careful. So when I say what I've said, it's not to criticize Maureen. It's that she has to be around them, right? When she goes around the place, if she's heard being too critical of law enforcement, they're not going to open up to her, right? They're going to give her the cold shoulder probably. And Maureen can't have that. So again, that's just humans. Humans are going to human, so she has to be mindful of how she says things.
In terrible conditions with very few people doing the actual work, and it's not easy work. It's really it's mind work. It's you have to be theorizing about things. You have to make sure you're doing the right thing, the right technique at the right time. And sometimes there's 2 or 3 techniques that you can apply to get DNA, let's say, for example, but you have to put them in order so that one doesn't jeopardize the next or the third one, if that makes any sense. So I think the crime scene thing at the beginning is going to end up being a problem for the investigation, and it's going to be a problem for the prosecution if, in fact, if it ever comes to that. I don't know.
I was listening to I've tried to get interviews with him lately and haven't had much luck. It seems like he does them with NBC, and I'm guessing that's because of sort of the Savannah connection. And they haven't really asked him anything from what I can tell about some of these issues that he's dealing with. But in one of the interviews, and he did a radio interview, and I listened to them all really carefully because he says little things sometimes that it almost feels like kind of slip out, so I'm trying to see if there's anything new. And in one of the more recent ones, he said something about the DNA, and he still had hope in the DNA, and that there were 2 labs working on it, which I thought was interesting because I remembered that it just went to the Florida lab. So it made me wonder, is there now a second lab? Because remember, they were having issues. The DNA was...
Yep.
So maybe they've sent it to another lab that, specializes more in the genetic genealogy, something like that.
I don't know the answer to this question, by the way. I know they sent it to Florida. And I know they couldn't send the stuff from Florida directly to Quantico. They had to send it back to Arizona before they sent it to Quantico. Just one of those rules that they have. And then when it got to Quantico, they said, nope, not even a good sample. Not even a good sample, so we can't even look it up. So it'll be interesting to hear what Maureen says about this. And please make sure you like the video out there. Likes are free. Spank that like button and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And make sure you say hello to the flock of black sheep here in the live chat. Great group of people. Encouraging, eccentric. What's another word for it?
But that stood out to me, and that he still brought the DNA up. So,
well, they could have done something else when they put that tent up around the front door.
Yeah.
They could have done some type of DNA on the clamp that holds up the Nest camera. They could have done tape lifting on that front mat. They could have, done fingerprints or something, some kind of swabbing on the doorknob, door handle. Who knows? I don't know.
So maybe
were you guys able to get in the backyard when people went in the backyard?
No.
Like if you had so they could have done something with the back door also, which now we know it was the back door that was the point of entry, right? Is that correct?
There's some reporting out there. Yeah, I haven't been able to confirm that, but I've heard others report it. It wouldn't surprise me based on what you and I have talked about, and when you talked about the security door in the front. And
yeah, there's no getting through that without leaving a mark.
Yeah.
You can't.
And if it's in fact true, and again, I don't have this reporting, but I've heard other people talk about it, that she's left her doors open. I mean, just being in that neighborhood for so long, working there, reporting there and talking to neighbors, I think a lot of people left their doors open. I mean, it's quiet, and she's lived there since the 70s. I know nobody should do that, but that doesn't really.
Yeah, but can't you hear the scary music in the background?
Yeah.
Oh my God, when people.
I know, but it's like,
Sometimes it's the simplest solution that is the difference between being safe and something like this.
Did you hear what Maureen said? Can't you hear the scary music in the background? And on a serious note, I mean, I do think it can be more difficult to recognize danger, because one of the things that signals danger on a TV show or a movie is the music. Like, do you hear the music and it signals the danger? But in real life, there is no soundtrack. So you don't, it's like, it sounds ridiculous, but it can be difficult to tell. But if that music were to be playing, you're like, holy mackerel, this is a dangerous situation. And again, there's something to that. It's like how I say one of the ways to make sure you disempower the narcissist is to imagine Curb Your Enthusiasm music playing, or imagine them sounding like Charlie Brown's teacher, womp, 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 womp. And it's a way to disempower them, because the soundtrack to it really does influence how you see it. And I think a lot of people, if you hear people talk about maybe mass shootings or big tragic events, what you hear them say a lot of times is it was surreal, meaning it didn't seem like it was actually happening. It's like, that's why people usually freeze. But if the dramatic music was playing, people would actually probably like hop to it a little more. And again, it sounds ridiculous, but I do think there's something to that.
Yeah. One other thing I was looking at is all the Airbnbs in the neighborhood, and there's quite a few of them in short-term rentals. Do you think the FBI is looking into that? Like,
yes, absolutely.
Can they just go to Airbnb and try to get a list of everybody who stayed at these places? Or
yeah, they'll subpoena. Yeah, they'll subpoena them for sure, and they'll find these people out. I'm sure they've been interviewed, I'm sure they've been interviewed by now. Absolutely. Anyone that stayed there during that time period. And I would suggest they would probably go back a couple months, especially in that house right around the corner.
Yeah. And the other thing I was thinking about, because the neighbors have been texting me, they're like, get ready. There was a really hot week last week. And then, summers there are like, everyone's like, it's just miserable. I mean, it's like 115 degrees weeks at a time. And a lot of people leave. Like, people are seasonal. This is like a second home for them, and they get out of there in the summer. Did
Nancy traditionally go away?
No, I don't think so. I think she was there.
Wow.
I think I've never heard that she had like a second house or anything like that. But a lot of people do leave.
Maybe she would go typically and stay with Savannah for a month or two, or her son.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I would wonder though, now that she was, getting older and had the mobility issues, I don't know if it was more difficult for her to travel. But I'm just wondering, like, when you're an investigator, is it an issue? Like, I even think back to Idaho, the students left at one point, and it was like, how are they going to talk to all these students because they've all just left town? Is it a similar situation here if a lot of the neighbors leave and people leave?
Well, they've all been interviewed, and the investigators have contact information for all these people, and so they can call them if they need to. The difference with Idaho is they were leaving like right after the murders happened. So it was like a, scatter city. But law enforcement is very accustomed to reaching out to, whether it be the FBI or other police departments, reaching out to other entities, agencies, municipal law enforcement agencies, and asking them to make contact with an individual and ask the following questions. So you send them a couple of reports, you send them a series of questions, and they'll go do the interview for you. And then they write it up and get it back to you.
So they'll use other agencies to help them out.
If it's a really big interview, we'll send agents to go do the actual interview, and Pima County sheriffs will probably themselves go out and ask questions. If it's a situation that's got some depth and some breadth, and you need to know a lot of these ins and outs and the players involved and stuff like that, then it's good to have one of the team investigators head out there and conduct the investigation themselves.
What about, you remember the 2 raids? There was the one in Rio Rico, which was near Mexico, and then there was the 2 miles. So we talked to the lawyer.
The reason why I say working on acceptance, Ellen, an underdog, is because of what she said God told her. God told her that Nancy's with him. That's what you say when you're no longer bargaining. You say that when you're working on acceptance. That's why I say that. Now, again, it's not going to be a perfect acceptance, but I think that's where she is with it. I think that was her sign. And she's a religious person. She believes in God. So I think she takes that very seriously. And so when she gets that voice, yeah, Nancy's with me, that was her cue. Okay, I'm working on the acceptance now.
For Carlos, who was the Rio Rico, just yesterday, the Rio Rico, I don't want to say person of interest, the person who was detained, and he's now gotten his phone back. The lawyer still hasn't seen the search warrant, so still doesn't really have any information about what led to all that, but they did return the phone. And I'm not
It's
sure
kind of
about
interesting
what's interesting.
that they didn't get the.
So Ellen, she's bargaining with the public to get the body back, not in the hopes that she's going to be returned back alive. I think she's accepting that, no, Nancy is with God, but we still want the body back. We still want to be able to give her a funeral and spread her ashes or bury her somewhere. I think that's what's going on now.
Copy of the warrant.
Yeah, no, it's still sealed. So he still doesn't know.
Oh, it's still sealed. You're right. I forgot that one was sealed. Yes, you're right.
He still doesn't know why his client why this all went down the way it did. And the same thing with the other guy from 2 miles away, with the other big raid that I was at. Do you think?
Well, I think it's fairly obvious that they were some of the cars that were being seen or driving around the neighborhood and possibly stopping nearby, and their thought might have been, oh, they stopped their car 2 doors down, probably to get out and walk the perimeter and then get back in their car.
I take her as saying she's with him as accepting he's passed. I mean, you could say, yeah, God can be with anyone when they're living too, but I think she meant it as, no, she's passed with God, as in heaven. That's what I would think.
You're thinking like that, and there weren't really any other hits on the vehicles. So when you have an absence of something like, we don't have a vehicle that we're currently looking for, you have to look for the other tertiary vehicles that may have been in the neighborhood and may have parked a block away, even if it's for 20 minutes or 15, just to maybe walk the perimeter of the location. So, you start looking at things in that kind of a light. And that's why I think they felt that these people may have been involved. And when you have someone that's 84 and their life is threatened by the lack of medication and their age and a pacemaker and things like that, it ramps things up for the judge when you go in to get a warrant signed.
Do you think, though, at this point we can kind of move on from those two?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too.
I know some people say no, but
no, grief, just like recovery from abuse, is not linear. But I do think she's working on acceptance right now. I do not think this is bargaining. I think she's working on acceptance. Wanting the body back, to me, is not bargaining. It is wanting the body back. Right? I think she's accepting that she's no longer alive.
At this point, Brian, this thing could break open in a number of different ways. And one more of those guys may be involved, like that guy.
Right. She said the unknowing, the not knowing is the worst part. And then God spoke to her and said, Nancy is with me. So I think that was part of the acceptance of, yes, this is God letting me know that she's with me. Right. So that's no longer not knowing. It is God telling her she's with me.
Guy with the Range Rover. Because that car, I believe, was purchased like the week or two before Nancy was taken. And I think that car was something like $17,400 or something. But I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure all these guys aren't involved, actually. I shouldn't say that because I don't know enough about it. I don't know about the information that led them to these guys.
Yeah.
If they're just building a case against them, yeah, they could still be tied to this in some way, shape, or form. I know there was some other kind of loose association between the mom and, was it Mrs. Guthrie or
Yeah, the mom said that she I think was a fan and ran into her in the grocery store like years ago.
Yeah.
When she was with Savannah. I guess at some
That's
point.
not that weird though.
No, it wasn't that. Well, I just think at some point the sheriff or someone is going to have to say, those two are cleared, because it does seem kind of unfair to them if this really was just a mistake, or not a mistake, but they looked, they did the search warrant. Okay, these aren't the guys. To just leave it open, and that's what their lawyers say. I mean,
it's due diligence. You've got to do it.
But don't you think to leave it open ended does seem kind of. If that was me, I'd be like, can you just say I didn't do it? I mean,
yeah.
But I guess they're not going to do that right now.
No, they're not. So so that's why I changed my tune, and I'm going to stick with we shall see on those three.
Okay.
All three of them.
Yeah.
Now, didn't the guy, what was the connection between the guy in the Range Rover and the other, the house with the mom and son?
The house was the mom. He just lives with the mom, and it was the mom was home when they went and raided the house.
Right. But are they connected at all with that guy with the Range Rover?
Yeah, that's his Range Rover. That's the son's Range Rover. So,
yep. Okay.
And just
so the jury's still out on that one then.
Yeah, we'll see. And we'll have to, I'll keep following up with their lawyers and stuff, just because it'd be very interesting to see the search warrant and what, because obviously a federal judge signed off on it. So,
so there's probable cause for sure.
Yeah. And lastly,
and when we see the probable cause, we'll have a much better, we'll be able to talk through that when, we can go through that whole warrant and we'll be able to have a much better understanding of what in fact drew law enforcement toward them.
Yeah. Well, as soon as.
So, I mean, the Range Rover that's Luke Daly, right? So who do you think Maureen's talking about? Because that's who Brian's talking about.
As we get it, we'll do it. Lastly, though, I just got some new cameras just because I was like, I need new cameras after this whole thing,
So I missed what you said, Matt. I'll rewind it. Is she talking about the person that was pulled over the first night? Because that would be Carlos, right? That's not the Range Rover person. That's a different thing.
Yep. Okay.
And just
so the jury's still out on that one then.
Yeah, we'll see. And we'll have to, I'll keep following up with their lawyers and stuff, just because it'd be very interesting to see the search warrant and what, because obviously a federal judge signed off on it. So,
so there's probable cause for sure.
Yeah.
Let's go back.
Yeah. The mom said that she I think was a fan and ran into her in the grocery store like years ago.
Yeah.
When she was with Savannah. I guess at some
That's
point.
not that weird though.
No, it wasn't that. Well, I just think at some point.
So Brian's talking about the mother of Luke Daly. Because some people said, oh, Luke's mom was lying about not knowing Savannah, right?
Point, the sheriff or someone is going to have to say, those two are cleared, because it does seem kind of unfair to them if this really was just a mistake, or not a mistake, but they looked, they did the search warrant. Okay, these aren't the guys. To just leave it open, and that's what their lawyers say. I mean,
it's due diligence. You've got to do it.
But don't you think to leave it open ended does seem kind of. If that was me, I'd be like, can you just say I didn't do it? I mean,
yeah.
But I guess they're not going to do that right now.
No, they're not. So so that's why I changed my tune, and I'm going to stick with we shall see on those three.
Okay.
All three of them. Now, didn't the guy?
So she said all three of them. All three of them, meaning Luke Daly, his mother, and Carlos? Or there was a third person, right? The night of Luke Daly and the mother, wasn't there? Carlos wasn't that same night, right? That was earlier in the week. So there was 3 people, I thought. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. But like the first night that there was like a detaining was Carlos. That wasn't the same night as Luke Daly and his mother. That was a different night. But the different night, there was 3 people, right? I don't know if we even know who that third person was. Do you know, chat? Because I don't recall any names.
What was the connection between the guy in the Range Rover and the other the house with the mom and son?
The house was the mom. He just lives with the mom, and it was the mom was home when they went and raided the house.
Right. But are they connected at all with that guy with the Range Rover?
Yeah, that's his Range Rover. That's the son's Range Rover. So,
yep. Okay.
You know, and just
so the jury's still out on that one then.
Yeah, we'll see, and we'll have to. Yeah, I'll keep following up with their lawyers and stuff, just because it'd be very interesting to see the search warrant and what because obviously a federal judge signed off on it. So,
so there's probable cause for sure.
Yeah. And lastly,
and when we see the probable cause, we'll have a much better. We'll be able to talk through that when we can go through that whole warrant and we'll be able to have a much better understanding of what in fact drew law enforcement toward them.
Yeah. Well, as soon as we get it, we'll do it. Lastly, though, I just got some new cameras just because I was like, I need new cameras after this whole thing, What do you think? You mentioned at the beginning you had some other ideas for people who, older people, really anybody.
Right. Anybody. Well, considering the fact that she left her door open, it's just one of the worst things you can do. And I don't care where you live. How many times have we seen news reports where the first thing all the neighbors say is we never, ever thought something like that could happen in this neighborhood? And I know that we all want to live in these idyllic places where crime like this doesn't happen. But guys, if you look at so many of these heinous crimes, they all happen in places where no one thought crime like that could exist or flourish. So, number one, have a plan. Put a plan together. And even if the plan is like, if someone breaks into my house, I'm calling 911 and I'm throwing my phone under the heaviest dresser or under the bed. Because what does that mean? The bad guy can't pick it up and hang it up.
Solid, actionable advice there, right? So if something like that happens, call 911, throw it under something that is heavy. Now, again, that's probably easier said than done, and you'll have to find it right away. So what you should do is know what you would throw it under in advance. So look around your house and do a prep. Like, okay, if there's a dangerous situation, think about where you would throw it in every room if you had to. Because if you don't do that, you're not going to be able to think of it in the moment, more than likely. Preparation is the mother of skill, and preparation also helps with your boundaries. So do that. Look around your house and say, okay, if something like this were happening, where would I put it? I think that's a good suggestion.
And you can yell even while you're being attacked. Number two, if you hear someone at your door, you can first call someone and just hang up with the understanding, hey, if I ever call you and hang up, call 911. I need either a welfare check or someone's breaking in the house. The only time I'm going to call you is if someone's breaking into my house. And then I'm going to hang up and dial 911 too. But if I'm unable to, you have to call also. Have a plan like that. The problem is if your back door is wide open, the plan's out the window because you're not even going to see it coming. Sometimes all you need, like a lot of gun owners, we may not need a whole lot of time, but we need some time. So lock your bedroom door. Your bedroom door. Why? Because you'll hear someone at the door. Now, this doesn't apply to Nancy because of her hearing aids, but you could hear someone at your bedroom door, and that could give you enough time to call 911. It could also give you enough time to get your gun. If your gun should be relatively close.
So make sure you remember to like the video for these actionable items that Maureen and myself have given you. And have who you're going to call in mind too. Have this planned out and say, hey, if I call you and hang right up, call 911. Now, it should probably be something like, because then people would be calling 911 over butt dials or something, right? But have a little more planned out, but have someone who you would call in that situation. I think that's a great idea.
You at night while you sleep.
I never thought about throwing the phone under the bed or under that's a really good idea. That's a good one.
Yeah, because I mean, if they bend down to reach under to get the phone, take off.
Right. And then they'll still hear you, and the 911 operator will still hear everything going on if it's just thrown under the bed.
I have an elderly couple, friends of ours, and they weren't elderly at the time, but they were probably 55, and both French, both very polished and elegant. And she called me like in the middle of the night, freaking out, but the situation had ended. But she said that someone broke into her second story condo. And when they broke, I was like, oh my gosh, are you guys okay? She said, yes. Well, we carry, with her thick accent, we keep baseball bats under the bed. We each have one on each side. And when we heard him breaking in, because he was making noise because the window was locked, sometimes you just need enough time to grab something. And they had baseball bats under their bed. And the two of them went to Louisville on this offender and just cleaned his clock. And they were, and then they called the police, and the police came and the medics came and dragged him out. So he got nothing except several concussions, which is a happy ending.
Yeah. I mean, and with Nancy, obviously,
that wasn't going to happen. No.
Older, and there were medical issues, but sometimes you do have to fight.
Mm-hmm. I have a friend that keeps a drumstick under the pillow. I'm not really sure what you can do with a drumstick, but I guess if you're skilled with a drumstick, it's better than nothing. It would.
If you don't want to work, you can bang on the drums all day.
Not be my weapon of choice, obviously.
Yeah, a baseball bat would be better, I think.
Mm-hmm.
With the crime scene and the tape coming down, and many people say it was too early the first time, after Nancy went missing, who would actually make that decision typically?
The crime scene team would usually make a recommendation to whoever was the on-scene commander or the detective in charge, or the FBI person in charge. We would say, hey, we've ticked all the boxes. We got everything done. I don't think we're going to need anything else here, and we're ready to wrap. And if they say that, it goes up the chain, and, the sheriff could have said yes or no. The other thing to consider, as you can imagine, is because we know we only have one shot. I mean, you can go back with a consent, but with regard to a warrant, with stuff that falls under the umbrella of the warrant, you have that one shot. Other forensic people that you've had on, and all the ones I know, and me, myself, from my personal experience, if someone said, hey, we have the FBI coming in, they're going to be here today or tomorrow, we would keep the crime scene open in case there's anything else they want to do. Because, I mean, that to me would have just been a basic courtesy. So even if, let's say the FBI is doing a big case and it turns out that the person who's murdered is an LA County sheriff, and now the sheriff is going to come in and join our case, and I've been working the crime scene, I would say, sir, we've done everything that we can. We think we have everything, but if you want the sheriff, if you want to give them the opportunity to come in and go over what I've done and make sure that they're cool with everything, I'm happy to walk them through the crime scene, show them exactly what we did, how we did it, and what we're planning on doing in the future. And if they're comfortable with that, then and they would say, that's a good idea, let's do that. Because it's the difference between building a bridge and burning a bridge down.
Mm.
So my hoodie snacks manufacturer, Rooster, has informed me that the likes are a little low to the amount of viewers watching right now. And that is a catastrophe for Shadow the Night Owl, who really needs his sustenance in the form of hoodie snacks. So please like the video, spank that like button, Leave your DNA on the like button, whatever you prefer, and subscribe to the channel if you're not already.
You know, and I've told you before that these crime scene teams are often very small, and everyone knows the ERT team is huge, and we put a lot of money into training, and we'll have blood pattern experts on the ERT team that's going to show up, not just later on down the line after you take your photos and stuff. We have people that have taken weeks and months of training just in blood pattern analysis, et cetera. And these type of things can give you a lot of information, and they, you know, just people with a lot of experience that could just help, not take over, just assist, and maybe do 5 or 6 other they would have absolutely taken that rug out in front. They would have taken the door handles. They would have taken the casing on the camera in front. They probably would have taken that back door off, depending, you know, or at least the doorknob.
As always, I really appreciate Maureen for taking the time to talk with me. Appreciate you guys for watching the episode, staying, you know, interested in this case. I think that we have to keep it in the spotlight, or, you know, you want to keep a pressure on law enforcement. At least that's how I feel. And as you guys know, I'm very invested. So I'll keep you guys posted with any updates. I've got a couple of things cooking, and I'll tell you more about that kind of when I iron them out a little bit. But appreciate you guys for watching the episode.
All right. Make sure you support Brian Etten's work. He's a friend of the channel. Now, I heard this video was good here today, too. No. Not long crime trials.
Honestly, we don't know anything.
No.
We don't know anything. And I just say, I'm so sorry, Mommy. I'm so sorry.
We have just seen part 1 of Savannah Guthrie's interview on the Today Show. This is her first time sitting down and speaking about the apparent kidnapping of her 84-year-old mother, Nancy. It is incredibly sad, it is powerful, but it also reveals details about her and her family's perspective through this whole ordeal. And yes, she addresses the allegations, the theories that her family was somehow involved. We're going to get into all of that and more right now. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Look, as we're covering this story, I think it's pretty clear staying on top of the news is very important. But the problem is, with all the media bias these days, who knows what to believe? That's why I want to introduce you to our sponsor, Straight Arrow News. Get the facts. Welcome back to Trustworthy Journalism. The Savannah Guthrie interview Thursday morning was just heartbreaking. It really was. There's no other way to describe it than that. She is speaking out in a TV interview for the first time, going back to NBC's Today Show, to talk about her mom, 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. Went missing 54 days ago from her Tucson area home on February 1st. It is incredibly difficult to watch, but I will tell you it is also important. It is important on a number of levels. It's important for the human aspect of this, because sometimes we forget in the midst of the investigation and the suspects and the leads and the evidence and the sheriff, this is a real family being torn to pieces because of this. They are living this day in and day out, hour by hour. But it is also important because it goes to the idea of what does she and the family know at this point? What was their experience like as they went through the different chapters of this? And as it still goes on, what does that tell us as we sit here with no arrests, no identified suspects, no reported breaks in the case? So I want to go through what she told Hoda, and I also want to provide context for what she said. Now, to be clear, this is apparently part 1 of the interview. Part 2 is going to air tomorrow, Friday morning. So first, Savannah gets into how she first found out that her mother was nowhere to be found.
And she said, no. She said, Mom's missing. And I said, what?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? She said, she's gone.
Talking about her sister there. And according to Savannah, her husband, Mike, was out of town for the weekend, that she and the kids, they spent that Saturday night away from the home. When they all got home on Sunday, they get a call from Savannah's sister, Annie. And remember, the reporting was that Nancy had visited her daughter Annie's house the night of January 31st, 5:32 p.m., had dinner, was driven back to her house by her son-in-law, Tommaso Cioni, dropped off at around 9:48 p.m., saw her go inside, drove off. The Pima County Sheriff's Office indicated that Nancy's garage door went down at 9:50 p.m. And it wasn't until the next day, February 1st, that she was reported missing. That a friend apparently called Nancy's family saying that Nancy hadn't shown up for church. There was a source that told Fox News that for years, Nancy and several other friends, they got together at each other's homes to watch the virtual church service that was live streamed from this church in New York. Now, the sheriff's department is then alerted. And you go back to the interview where Savannah says that they thought originally this might have just been a medical episode, which, by the way, I will tell you behind the scenes here at Law and Crime, when this first broke, we all initially believed that might have been what was going on too. But here's the problem. This is when everything changed. But this is what Savannah told Hoda, that at Nancy's house, the back doors were propped open. So they thought maybe she'd been taken away on a stretcher in an ambulance to the hospital. Maybe that's why, that they'd already been calling the hospitals. They couldn't find her. Now, I will tell you, there had been reporting about forced entry, right? I don't believe the sheriff's office has officially come out and said that. Not totally clear why. Perhaps they couldn't definitively say that. They won't. And there may be circumstances to Nancy's apparent abduction that we just don't know yet, and maybe they don't want to reveal. But talking about leaving things behind, maybe they're not 100% sure and they don't want to say something and then backtrack. Or maybe there's certain aspects of the apparent abduction where it doesn't appear that you have a broken window or a door that's been slammed down, right? And this could provide maybe an answer of how Nancy left or was taken from the house. But talking about leaving things behind, but Nancy's pacemaker app showed it disconnected from her phone at 2:28 a.m. And by the way, investigators deployed a signal sniffer device to track the pacemaker, right? The signals in the area, goes up to a helicopter. They try to pinpoint locations. But the bigger part is that it gives us not only a timeline of when she disappeared, when she was apparently taken, but it shows how dire the situation is for her. In fact, Savannah touched on that in her interview, saying how her mom had been in tremendous pain. Her back was bad. Take a look.
She was trying to, on a good day, she could walk down to the mailbox and get the mail, but most days not. So there was no wander off.
That is what separates this case from other kidnappings.
Yeah, no wandering off. So, and when someone can't wander off, they're easier to restrain. They just are.
Cases. What do I mean? Look, in every kidnapping case, of course, time is always of the essence. But when you have an 84-year-old woman who has mobility issues, is in need of prescription medication, yes, there is a desperate need to find Nancy quickly. But also, if she was kidnapped, how would the kidnappers get her this potential medication to keep her alive? Limited in how they may transport her or where. And, my colleague at News Nation, Brian Enton, he came on my News Nation show, Jesse Weber Live, a few weeks back, and he had gone to Mexico. He had gone to Nogales, the 60 miles south of Tucson. And the theory was, maybe Nancy may have been taken across the border. And Enton basically discovered how easy it would be, theoretically, to smuggle someone in there, but also you can more readily get medications there without a prescription. Although, to be clear, there is no definitive evidence of this theory at this point in time, but it was something that was explored. I want to go back because Savannah also told Hoda about the blood outside the door, the Ring camera. It's a chilling aspect of this case. Yes, there did appear to be blood droplets outside the front door of Nancy's home, and the Pima County Sheriff's Office, Chris Nanos, the sheriff, did confirm that that was Nancy's blood. Now, it's not clear how it got there, when it got there, but remember, one of the most controversial aspects of this investigation is that authorities had taken off the tape from the scene, and essentially reporters were allowed to walk up right to the scene. I remember those initial shots of the blood. So there was always concerns about contamination of evidence. A law enforcement source told CBS News that some blood was also found inside the house, which is interesting because it's our understanding that forensic DNA material was apparently found at the home, that was sent over to genetic genealogy testing, family tree combined with investigative efforts. You narrow down to a suspect or suspects, family members. And we've seen that have remarkable results in a number of cases. Look at Brian Koberger. And we haven't heard anything back from that per se, but I still believe that's something we have to look out for. That's something that could be a break in this case. May take some time.
So this is Jesse Weber. He's with Law and Crime Network. We often watch Chris Stewart from Law and Crime Network. Jesse Weber here is also a member of News Nation, as is Brian Nitton. So he's co-workers, colleagues with Brian Nitton.
But let's not lose hope about that. Camera 2. Okay, so Sheriff Nanos indicated that there was this doorbell camera at Nancy's home disconnected at 1:47 a.m. So again, remember those key dates, the period of time when all this apparently went down. And the software apparently detected someone, maybe even an animal, on a camera about 25 minutes later. This is, again, according to Nanos. Now, this is the part that we played before that is so unsettling, because after all this time, Savannah said, we don't know anything, meaning they don't know anything more about what happened to Nancy. And that is especially heartbreaking when Savannah seems to wonder if her...
That's how I took it too. When she says we don't know anything, we don't know what happened, right? So who did it, etc. That's how I took that as.
Mom was potentially abducted because of her.
And somebody thought, oh, that girl, that lady has money, we can make a quick buck. I mean, that would make sense, but we don't know. But yeah, that's probably, which is too much to bear. To think that I brought this to her bedside, that it's because of me.
It's just so difficult to think about that. It is so difficult to hear. You know, like she said, it's basically, it's too much to bear. I think that's a really good way to explain it. And I will tell you, unfortunately, that has been a theory, right? Why potentially take the mother of a famous TV anchor? Was it a burglary gone bad? Was it targeted? Was it a home invasion? Was there a panic? Did they know this was Nancy's house? And there's another theory too. And I hate to say this, but I have to bring it up, because there are some investigators who wonder if this is a sadistic targeted operation, someone who revels in the pain of watching this family endure this, from watching what we're showing you right now. I mean, why not take the money? Remember that Savannah's family put out a $1 million offer, reward. Take a look.
If this is what is to be, then we will accept it. But we need to know where she is. We need her to come home. For that reason, we are offering a family reward of up to $1 million for any information that leads us to her recovery.
She even said you could call the tip line, you could be anonymous. And Savannah, in her interview with Hoda, said,
so it seems like to me, Savannah had more hope in this. It's not like now. Like in the present now, it's like, I think the hope that she's alive is gone, and she's kind of switched more to blaming herself. She shouldn't be, but it's understandable. I would think in this video, this is more of like more bargaining here than it is in the present. I get the sense in the present that she does really think she's gone now. That's just me.
While it's her understanding that a lot of the ransom notes that came out, there was a lot of reporting about that, she believes they were fake. She did say, quote, you know, a person that would send a fake ransom note really has to look deeply at themselves. I believe the 2 notes that we received, that we responded to, I tend to believe those are real. And Savannah was also asked about what she called the terrifying doorbell footage of that masked man. Remember, it was FBI Director Kash Patel and the Pima County Sheriff's Department that posted the surveillance images and the video of this subject outside of Nancy's home.
And I can't imagine that that is who she saw standing over her bed.
Yeah.
I can't. It's too much.
Yeah.
And I think part of the reason she's so upset now is because she really does think she's gone. Sweet Caroline, welcome to the chat. We all love, I see what you did there. We all love this channel. Please help me buy Hootie Snacks and hit the like button. Thank you so much for the super chat, Sweet Caroline. I really appreciate all your support. You've helped keep Mr. Shadow the Night Owl alive. I'll give you that. And we just like you here anyway. So, but Super Chat's a great way to support the channel. Help pay for Hootie Snacks for Shadow the Night Owl. So like that video, spank that like button, and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I go live 5 or 6 nights a week to talk about true crime and current events. And I use my experience with mental health, addiction, narcissistic abuse, and narcissistic family systems to give my unique perspective on those things. And thank you again, sweet Caroline.
Yeah. So to give you a little more context, you have this person. Authorities previously described this individual as a male with an average build who's about 5'9" to 5'10" tall, masked, wearing a backpack, gloves, flashlight, seemingly trying to manipulate or cover the camera with foliage. And they were able to recover data from the home security camera system. It was reported that this subject was carrying a black 25-liter Ozark Trail hiker backpack. And at one point, authorities said the clothing, the face mask, especially, could have been purchased at Walmart, so maybe even Walmart online. Apparently, investigators looked at surveillance footage from local Walmarts. This is according to Sheriff Nanos. They got their hands on purchase records for that backpack as well. The gloves, this was a setback. Remember, there were gloves that were recovered by authorities about 2 miles away from Nancy's house, black, possibly the ones worn by the suspect. I mean, they look like them. They run the DNA profile, but it didn't return a match in CODIS, right? That big database from the FBI of those who were arrested for a crime. The DNA was submitted. We're talking millions.
PayPal, spank the like button's an inside joke on the channel. Someone said it one day. I was telling people to come up with creative ways to tell people to hit the like button. One of them was leave your DNA on the like button. Last night, it was saunder your way over to the like button. Other times, it's slap the like button. Whatever it is, it's all in good fun.
Of DNA profiles, no hit. And then it recently came out that the DNA on those gloves was traced back to a restaurant worker in the area, but wasn't considered part of the investigation. And by the way, the data that was recovered from the camera, you know, Sheriff Nanos said Google told him that one of the surveillance images could be from January 11th. So this is days before Nancy went missing. It was always a theory with someone casing the house. Well, since then, Nanos indicated that Google has withdrawn its support for that claim, retracted that statement. And according to the sheriff, Google says, we may never know the exact dates when an image was captured. So it's still unclear if this masked figure was actually at Nancy's house, you know, before the abduction or not. It was also reported at one point that the FBI was looking at gun purchases in Tucson stores as well. Haven't heard more about that. But here's what's interesting in the interview with Hoda too. So Savannah spent a lot of time talking about her family, how amazing her family is, how strong they are, and how they've been on the same page, saying, no one took better care of my mom than my sister and brother-in-law, and no one protected my mom more than my brother. And we love her, and she's our shining light. She's our matriarch. She's all we have. My siblings are amazing, and we are a unit. And I talked about how brilliant my brother is, but my sister is equally brilliant and also has special powers of intuition and faith and language, depth and heart. And I feel like we came together with all these beautiful gifts that came from our mom and dad and from God, did our best to come up with the words to say. And I haven't posted one thing or said one thing that the three of us hadn't decided together. It is surreal. How is it possible that we're having to make a video speaking to a kidnapper who took an 84-year-old woman in the dead of night, in her pajamas, with no shoes, without her medicine, this little person? And she said she was glad that the video of the masked guy came out because of all the theories online about her family being involved. And her response to that speculation is this.
And it piles pain upon pain. There are no words. There are no words.
Yeah, so that is why, to me, it seems she's making this statement and saying they were always together. It's not surprising she's saying this because when you look at the videos of them together, those videos wouldn't have been made if there was any indication anybody in that family was a suspect. And to be clear, Sheriff Nanos indicated that all members of the Guthrie family and their spouses have been cleared as suspects, with him saying the family has been nothing but cooperative and gracious and are victims in this case. Suggesting otherwise is not only wrong, it is cruel. And to give you a sense of what she means, family being on the same page, you remember this from February 7th, where Savannah is sitting with her brother and sister?
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
And again, her sister being there was so important because there was a lot of theories and speculation online that somehow her brother-in-law, right, Annie's husband, Tomaso, was somehow involved. But as you can see from law enforcement, as you can see from Savannah, there is no evidence to suggest that whatsoever. Now, as you know, anybody who has been watching this case knows there have been a lot of questions swirling around how the case has been handled, the investigation. I mentioned the crime scene, questions of when the FBI was brought in, was the Pima County Sheriff's Office properly coordinating with the FBI, where was evidence being submitted. And right now, as I speak, there is an effort to recall Sheriff Chris Nanos. In fact, the Pima County Deputies Organization issued a unanimous no confidence vote for Nanos, saying in a statement that they have unanimously voted no confidence in Sheriff Chris Nanos and called for his resignation. They also pointed to Nanos's apparent disciplinary history as another reason to remove him from office. During the interview, Hoda asked Savannah, how did your family feel about the way the investigation was conducted? And Savannah responded, it's still going and people have worked tirelessly, and we see that, but we need answers. We cannot be at peace without knowing. And she ended this part of the interview with this.
And it is never too late to do the right thing. And our hearts are focused on that.
And this comes on the heels of the family releasing a statement just a few days ago, and it reads in full, quote, "We are deeply grateful for the outpouring from neighbors, friends, and the people of Tucson. We are all family now. We continue to believe it is Tucsonans and the greater Southern Arizona community that hold the key to finding resolution in this case. Someone knows something. It's possible a member of this community has information that they do not even realize is significant. We hope people search their memories, especially around the key timelines of January 31st and the early morning hours of February 1st, as well as the late evening of January 11th. We desperately ask this community for renewed attention to our mom's case. Please consult camera, footage, journal notes, text messages, observations, or conversations that in retrospect may hold significance. No detail is too small. It may be the key. We miss our mom with every breath, and we cannot be at peace until she is home. We cannot grieve. We can only ache and wonder. Our focus is solely on finding her and bringing her home. We want to celebrate her beautiful and courageous life, but we cannot do that until she is brought to a final place of rest. Thank you for continuing to pray without ceasing." And it's signed the Guthrie family, Cameron, Christine, Tomaso, and Savannah and Michael. Now, I have to believe, and we'll see what part 2 is tomorrow, but I have to believe one of the reasons that Savannah Guthrie decided to do this interview is not only to share her side of the story, to maybe correct any misconceptions people have, but also to keep it in the limelight. This news cycle changes like that. There is so much going on in the world right now that while this story dominated the headlines for a long period of time, it is now taken a back seat. And it seems to me that in order to get answers, in order to get resolution, in order for people to actually look at the materials that they may have in their possession, it may take something like this, statements like this, interviews like this, for people to give it a second look. Because it seems, as of right now, the public may be the answer to finding out what happened. And that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. As always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts.
Yeah, make sure you check out Law and Crime Network. That was Jesse Weber. They're friends of the channel. Make sure you like my video too. Subscribe to the channel here as well. Now let's see what the fuss was about with Megyn Kelly. I guess this is the first one of the day.
A stunning update just to hear Savannah on camera speaking one-on-one with Hoda and telling some of what she knows about this crime. So there was part 1 where she revealed the moment where she found out from her sister Annie that their mom was missing. Annie and Tomas, they call him Tommy, we learned it from this interview, showed up to the mother's house, saw that the phone was there, the purse was there, all of her things said Savannah, but the mother was not. And she talked about, calling the hospitals in disbelief and not really understanding. Then she went on to talk about how there was no way her mother could have wandered off, and she added new details from there. Take a listen here to Sat 2.
She can't wander off. My mom, she was in tremendous pain. Yeah. Her back was very bad. She was trying to, on a good day, she could walk down to the mailbox and get the mail, but most days not. So there was no wander off. And the doors were propped open. Yeah. And there was blood on the front doorstep. And the Ring camera had been yanked off. Yeah. And so we were saying, this is...
Do something.
This is not okay. Yeah. This isn't... Something is very wrong here.
So there you have new information, which we had not heard before, James, about the door, the back door being propped open, she said. Now, she mentioned the blood on the doorstep. That we knew. And we've got an update on the blood, too, that we'll get to in a minute. But
so whether you love or hate Megyn Kelly, liking the video is how you show it. Like Megyn Kelly? Like the video. You hate Megyn Kelly? Like the video.
That was an interesting detail, that the back door was open and it was propped open, and really kind of putting to rest once and for all the idea that Nancy Guthrie walked out of there on her own. We did not know about the terrible, painful back where on a good day she could walk to the mailbox. Your thoughts on what we've heard so far?
Yeah, good to see you again. The purse and the phone being there I feel like that's new to me. Maybe I knew the phone was there, but I didn't know the purse. So of course, it's obviously tragic to watch her go through that. I think I have more questions now than before. And one of my biggest questions is, why are we messing around with the front door? Why is there blood on the front door? If we have a propped open back door, why aren't we just going out that way? So I have more questions now than I had before.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Why would the door be propped open, Eric? I agree. I don't understand. And we don't. I'm just going to take a moment and give a little editorial of my own on this from a journalistic perspective. You don't have to comment on this, but with respect, I have to say, I think Hoda Kotb fell down on the job, and I don't think she was the woman for the interview. They put her out there because they use this as a promotional vehicle. The two are friends. Look, we're a big family. Look at them relating. They kept her mic up for her empathetic sounds and her active listening.
It is interesting to me. This is what Megyn Kelly is choosing to focus on in that interview. But let's see what she says.
Which was actually a major distraction and very odd in the choice, because normally the network would turn down Hoda's mic during Savannah's very compelling answers, especially in an interview this big. The reason they left Hoda's mic open is because, I'm telling you, NBC had an agenda here, which was to show you one big happy family. Look how empathetic she is. It was an inappropriate choice journalistically because it served as only a distraction. This interview was not about Hoda. It was about Savannah. And I'm sorry, but Hoda kept wiping away tears that weren't there either.
What do you think about that, chat? I don't agree with Megyn Kelly on this. I thought that, to me, it seemed like the focus was on Savannah. It's a tough interview for Hoda to do. I didn't really get the sense she was being genuine or something. But what do you think, chat?
This was acting on Hoda Kotb's part, and it was a distraction and an unnecessary one. But my real complaint about the way that Hoda handled this was there were no follow-ups. None. And therefore, it was not journalistically sound. She did not ask very basic questions like, what do you mean propped open? That's it. I'm not talking about you go for the jugular, you treat her like she's a hostile witness. I mean, very basic reportorial ABCs. what does propped open mean? And the sins got worse as the interview went along. I objected to how it was handled. I'm just being honest. I'm not trying to be petty. I'm trying to be honest about.
Well, here's the thing about that. So in her first interview back, I mean, I think you don't need to. It's for Savannah. To me, that's for Savannah. There'll be other interviews in the future where you can kind of not pry, but dig deeper into what's going on. But I don't have a problem with the first one back being more about Savannah. But what about you, Chad? Did you like how that interview went between Hoda and Savannah? Press 1 if you did. Press 2 if no, you actually kind of wish that she did as Megyn Kelly is saying to do here. So 1, you thought it was pretty good and was for Savannah. 2, no, you didn't like it. Or you thought that Hoda should have probed more, went more in depth, and had more journalistic rigor.
What I saw there and what should have happened in an interview this big. But okay, Eric, we didn't get a follow-up on what propped open means,
Right.
nor on what the family believes happened there, because we now know that there's blood on the front steps, front stoop or porch. I'm going to play Ashley Banfield's reporting in a minute, but Ashley's now reporting that that the blood we knew happened in the house was indeed on the inside part by the front door, which is what we'd speculated but didn't know.
Right.
And yet the back door is the one being, quote, propped open. So what do you make of that?
Well, I would, first of all, on the interview, it seemed to me that the interview was a little bit more of Savannah just talking, and you could certainly feel the pain coming through. So more of like a monologue than an interview. So I see where you're going there. And obviously for the family, this is an immense tragedy. And of course, the fact that they just don't know what happened to their mother, and this is Savannah and her siblings, is certainly coming through in the motion that Savannah was feeling there. As for the door, yeah, I thought it was also curious to say that it was propped open. That suggests, of course, what we thought all along, that they went in through the back and with the blood near the front door, probably brought her out through the front. If you're going to move her out quickly, and if this was actually an abduction, and Savannah certainly seems to say a number of times that she still believes it's a kidnapping, then you're going to move her out the front door, which is the fastest egress to get to a car and get out of there.
Why would you prop open the back door, Randy, if you are this abductor?
Well, this is a question that I had. And when we're talking about propping open the back door, was it propped open by 3 inches? Was it propped open completely all the way? And the other question that I have is that, she lives in a very rural area. Some people open their doors in those rural areas in order to get ventilation. Was this something that was normally done? These questions were not asked nor answered. So those are questions that I have. Now, here's also something is I felt very significant. They knew early on from what the interview with Savannah was, that there was blood. They understood that the Ring doorbell had been ripped off. These are huge clues here. So the question that I have is, and of course her statement that her mother doesn't go walking around and she didn't leave voluntarily. That indicates a crime. Why was this treated as a search and rescue effort, bringing in teams of search and rescue people to trample the scene and to screw the scene up, and then within days release that scene? These are the questions.
So time out though. As I was thinking what Megyn Kelly would have done that for, Megyn Kelly gets pushback probably. I'm not sure what she did with Erica Kirk. Was Megyn Kelly critical of Erica Kirk? Because if so, something she can say in the future is, well, I wasn't just critical of Erica. I was critical of Hoda and Savannah too, or just Hoda. So maybe that's some of the angles she's thinking of there. Not saying I agree with it, but maybe that's what she's thinking.
Questions that I have that relate directly to the competency of the sheriff.
What do you make of it, James?
Yeah, I was going to echo Randy's sentiment in that she continued to say that the family was really focused on, no, you don't understand, as if they're trying to explain to the police. The police had a narrative. It sounds to me like the police had a narrative that they were saying to her, like, this happens all the time. I'm sure it's nothing. They're trying to minimize it and downplay it. That people go missing or walk away all the time. She's old, yada, yada. And they're saying, no, you don't understand. This isn't like the others. I think that's what she said. And so to me, it sounded like they were trying to impress upon law enforcement to take this more seriously. And they were trying to kind of explain it away. Like, this happens a lot.
Mm-hmm. The business about, the bad back, and on a good day, she could make it to the mailbox. That is interesting. And she said, but most days not. Most days, Nancy could not even make it to the mailbox. So she was not mobile. Nancy Guthrie was not mobile. And there are more clues that are revealed in the coming sound bites, which I'll get to. Here.
So remember, folks, law enforcement already knew about those doors being propped open. They just didn't tell us, right? They knew the whole time. We just didn't know until Savannah just said it. But they knew. They knew the entire time. They just decided not to mention it.
Here is, hold on, the one where she describes her belief that she thinks her mother was kidnapped for ransom. Think about this. In 2006, $20,000 equaled roughly 33 ounces of
her gold. Shilling for gold. But at least she does it at the end of the video. I'll give her that.
This is a tough one. SOT 4.
My brother, he spent his career in the military and worked in intelligence and is a fighter pilot and is brilliant. And he saw very clearly right away what this was.
Yeah.
And even on the phone, when I called him, he knew.
He knew.
And he said, I think she's been kidnapped for ransom. And I said,
Yeah.
What? Yeah. Well, why? What? And then, it sounds so like, how dumb could I be? But I didn't want to believe. I just said, do you think because of me? And he said, I'm sorry, sweetie, but yeah, maybe. But I knew that.
You did?
I hope not. We still don't know. Mm-hmm. Honestly, we don't know anything.
No.
We don't know anything. So I don't know that it's because she's my mom and somebody thought, oh, that girl, that lady has money. We can make a quick buck. That would make.
I wasn't bothered at all about Hoda's noises. I think people are just trying to make an issue out of something that wasn't an issue. They're manufacturing an issue. I didn't have a problem with how it was run at all.
Sense, but we don't know. But yeah, that's probably, which is too much to bear. To think that I brought this to her bedside. That it's because of me. And I just say, I'm so sorry, Mommy. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to my sister and my brother and my kids and my nephew and Tommy and my brother-in-law. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. If it is me, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that is gut-wrenching. Yep. And I think anyone can understand what that would feel like, that whatever your job is, someone got angry with you, or someone thought you had money, or for whatever reason about you, did something horrible to your family member, your mom, or anyone in your family. Of course, she knows it's not actually her fault, but she feels responsible, as I think any human would. But she added to this a couple of things that, from an investigative standpoint, I think you guys will find interesting. That was that was interesting from a human standpoint. And of course, the fact that Savannah, all these weeks later, still believes it was a kidnapping for money due to Savannah's wealth, that does tell us something. I mean, Eric, your thoughts on the fact that she's still holding on to that belief as her primary theory, 6-7 weeks into this crime.
Yeah, I agree. She certainly believes it's a kidnapping. She's certainly blaming herself. And honestly, it is likely that this was, at least in the beginning, a kidnapping that turned into an abduction. And I honestly believe that even if it started there, you see the blood. Now we know how infirm Nancy Guthrie was, that she may have passed pretty quickly and there was no ability to give a sign of life. Now she does, I'm not sure if it's in this clip or a later one, but Savannah does raise something else. It's about the ransom notes themselves. She says at one point,
yes,
that they're...
I have that. Let me play it.
Okay.
Let me play it, and then you take it on the back end.
You got it.
Here we are in SOT 6.
There are a lot of different notes, I think, that came. And I think most of them, it's my understanding, are not real. And I didn't see them. But, a person that would send a fake ransom note really has to look deeply at themselves.
Yeah.
To a family in pain. But I believe the 2 notes that we received, that we responded to, I tend to believe those are real.
Okay.
That was huge. Keep going.
Right.
Eric.
So here's where I'm going to agree with what your earlier statement, Megan. There's where you need to follow up. Which 2 notes, right?
Yes.
So we know
why,
that.
and also why? Why? That's it. It doesn't take any sort of experience in the journalism biz. Just why? What can you tell us? Right. I know you're limited in what you're going to say, but what?
I think they're just thinking there's going to be time in the future for that. Like, we're not entitled to that right now. I mean, what's it going to do for us anyway? What's it going to do for the case? Is it just to feed our curiosity, right? That's really what it is. I just don't have a problem with her not pressing in this one. In the future, sure. But the first one back, I just don't have a problem with her not pressing.
Can you tell us to explain why you believed 2 were real?
So I don't feel like we know. I don't feel like we know now what notes went where. We know that some went to media. We know that some went to TMZ. Are she talking about the same notes, or were there independent ones that went to the family? Because it's never made sense to me that the kidnappers in potentially such a massively high profile case are going to send ransom notes to public media and not send it directly to the family. It's not going to be difficult to find a way to get it to Savannah Guthrie. So I've never believed that those notes were true. So now I'm questioning, were there notes that we don't know about that did go directly to the family that haven't been publicized? And that's what Savannah's talking about. And, I wish you had done the interview, because I'm sure you would have followed up.
These, truly, who, what, when, where, and why are very, very basic journalism steps. That is not rocket science stuff. Which notes? The 2 that went to TMZ and local media? Are those the ones you're talking about? Just to be clear for the record. And it wasn't asked. Assuming it was those notes, here's the critical question that needed to have been asked. Then why didn't you pay the ransom?
Right. And that's why I don't believe those were the notes. I don't think those are the notes.
I believe those were.
About.
See, I disagree with you.
Okay.
I think Savannah.
And that's a fair question. For when the next time they talk is, if you thought it was real, why didn't you? It's a fair question. Me personally, I don't really think they were real. And perhaps they saw something, Savannah and the family, that made them think it was. But from the outside looking in, it just seemed to me like someone was trying to exploit the case and be opportunistic. That's what I thought. But I could be wrong.
as a journalist would have said, there were other notes you don't know about that I'm, whatever. I don't think Savannah would have thrown it out there that the two, like so casually, I believe the two were real. I think it was her short form reference to the two that we know about. The first one went to TMZ and 2 local news outlets, and then the next one only went to the local news outlets. And I think Savannah was short forming. Those are the ones, because she said the 2 we responded to, and those are the ones that we were watching them respond to, at least we believe, on camera when the family did those like sort of hostage videos of their own, like, please, 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 proof. We need to know you have her.
Right.
But this very obvious question is, then why didn't you pay the ransom? If you thought that this guy really had Nancy, you could have paid reportedly $4 million on the Thursday of the demand, or $6 million the Monday after that Thursday. And you didn't, as far as we know. We certainly have been led to believe they didn't pay it.
Right. I mean, and that calls into question one other thing. Okay, so let's say she believes, we're debating, but let's say she believes those notes are real, and maybe there was no ability to provide a good sign of life because Nancy Guthrie had expired at that time. But let's say that they did decide to pay. You can track that cryptocurrency as it moves through digital wallets. We talked about this on an earlier episode. That would at least give the FBI an ability to try to find an eventual wallet that they.
So that's a fair question. I mean, so someone said, well, it could influence how people decide to give tips. If Savannah answers that question, why didn't she pay? Or why does she think it was real? But how would it influence it? That's my question back to people. How would the fact that the ransom was real, how would that influence the tips that people get? I'm genuinely asking because I don't really know. And the other thing would be, I just don't know. I just don't know how it would influence it. Did it say something about where they were? If that's the case, then yes, then it would certainly influence the tips. But if not, it just depends, right? We don't know. We don't know if it would until we know what was in the note or why Savannah thinks that.
They could track and potentially find the kidnappers. So if they believed that those were legitimate kidnapping notes, then paying would have given another investigative tool to the FBI.
Think about this. In 2006, $20,000 equaled roughly 33 ounces.
Oh no, she tricked me this one. But remember to like the video, folks. Likes are free. Likes are for my spirit animal, Shadow the Night Owl. Helps me pay for Hootie snacks. Leave your DNA in that like button. Subscribe to the video. Subscribe to the video. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Get your reps in. 1 rep on the subscribe button. Many reps on the like button. And super chats, great way to support the channel and get questions answered. Super stickers, great way to support the channel. And becoming a channel member gives you access to the members only live streams.
James, do you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah,
You look like you do.
I really did. Thank you. Let's go back, because I think your listeners are probably seeing your clip, and then they're saying, how does the brother go there that quickly? And it's very important. Later on,
brother-in-law?
Savannah will talk about her sister's intuitive ability, but this is what's happening here is not only Savannah's intuition, but her brother's intuition is pinging here. So what's happened is intuition operates at the subconscious level faster than a computer, and they're putting it together very quickly. Why? Because Savannah is a high net worth individual. I'm more than likely she's had a risk assessment. I know the people over at NBC. I'm sure they've done it. Everyone I ever do with a high net worth person like that, a highly popular person like her or you, I have an anti-kidnapping thing, right? We go through kidnapping preparation, mitigation, and we make sure the family has a plan. And I walk through with the family, things to do to not be kidnapped because of this kind of overflow from being related to a famous person. And
we need to talk offline, James.
They are pinging on it. They're like, this is what happened. And then that's why she went, do you think it's because of me? Well, she knows. She's like, oh God, because she's always lived with that thought that could happen. I'm sure her kids go through this. Her husband goes through it. I'm sure, Megan, you go through it all the time. But certainly, she's been prepped, and she knows as being in the limelight, kidnapping is a possibility.
James, does your prep kit involve a Louisville Slugger, and your makeup foundation, because my mother tells me that's what she's got at.
Oh, of course that's why they wouldn't pay. I was being dumb. So people ask, well, if it was real, why didn't you pay the ransom? And the answer, of course, would be there was no proof of life. Duh, right? That would be the reason why, even if you think it was real, you don't pay, because there's no proof of life. And in the beginning, that was a thing, because people didn't necessarily think she was gone. They thought there was a likelihood, a strong chance she was still alive, but no proof of life. Then I can totally understand why, even though you thought they were real, you wouldn't pay.
Her front door. She's ready to go. She's got her bat, and she's going to look good.
That's a start. That's good. That's called a plan, but certainly I'd like to help her with a little bit more, but that's definitely a good start.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of us have shorn up the security around our loved ones in the wake of this. I mean, it's a tragedy no matter how you look at it. And it is a crime. It's obviously a crime. I think anybody who is still wondering whether she wandered off can put that to bed. She did not wander off. She was incapable of the wander. I want to play one other soundbite for you guys to get your investigative input on it, because there were more details about the crime scene included in, I think it's here, SOT 3, where she was describing the video, like how the family was able to make those videos and like what they were going through. She drops a couple of details in this soundbite, SOT 3. Let's hear them.
And somehow together, we did our best to come up with the words to say. And I haven't posted one thing or said one thing that the three of us haven't decided together. It is surreal. How is it possible that we are having to make a video speaking to a kidnapper who took an 84-year-old woman in the dead of night in her pajamas with no shoes, without her medicine, this little person, and to beg for mercy.
Again, I'm sorry, but the active listening, the active empathy by Hoda Kotb, injecting herself into the moment, is just so distracting and unprofessional. Randy, my question for you is, there you hear her say, we heard Savannah once before say, taken from her bed in the middle of the night. Now here she repeats the dead of night, and she adds in her pajamas with no shoes, without her medicine. So those are details we did not know. We did not know that Nancy was in her pajamas, and we did not know that she wasn't wearing shoes. She seemed to me to be telegraphing the shoes and slippers that Nancy wears are all still there. Not just like she would have been in her bed asleep and therefore wouldn't have had shoes on. She seemed to be saying, who would take an old lady in her pajamas without any shoes and no meds? And my note to myself here reads, it does not sound like this person planned on keeping her around for long. Your thoughts on it?
Yeah. So when we're talking about this portion of this interview, this did give us a little more information. And remember that there was DNA found at the scene. And my question is, what was the condition of the bedroom? Did it show signs of struggle? Was the DNA found on the bed?
And those are a great question. That's a great question. And guess what? Law enforcement already knows the answer to it. And guess what? They haven't felt the need to tell us. Why? Because they don't have to. But they know these answers. They know the answer to that. They know where the blood is in the house. They know what the bedroom looked like. They knew the back doors were propped open. They knew all of this. They're not sharing it.
I hate to be the bearer of we've already got terrible news. I unfortunately, if we're going to be realistic here, there is a strong possibility that there was a sexual assault involved in this. This is not an uncommon occurrence that situations like this occur. When we talk about the DNA, there was a combined DNA found. It's really imperative to know, where was that DNA found?
Did you hear what he just said? He said it was likely there was a sexual assault.
I hate to be the bearer of we've already got terrible news. I unfortunately, if we're going to be realistic here, there is a strong possibility that there was a sexual assault involved in it.
Based on what, though, dude? Like, based on what? Let's see what he says.
There was this is not an uncommon occurrence that that situations like this occur. When we talk about the DNA, there was a combined DNA found. It's really imperative to know, where was that DNA found? Was it something that was discovered on the bed? She's now talking, very cryptically about, what she was wearing at the time. These are serious clues here, but once again, we don't have the answers. We weren't given the information.
So remember, folks, I think it's possible, because that does happen. Remember, I talked to Mike King from Profiling Evil, and we talked about the Danny Troyer case. That was his specialty. But saying it's a possibility versus saying a strong possibility is two different things. I don't think there's any evidence to suggest it was a strong possibility. I'm just saying it's not impossible, but that's much different than a strong possibility or even likely. So I'll be curious why he's saying it that way. Also, please remember to like the video. We should be able to get to 500 likes here tonight, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Leave your DNA on that like button.
This is Ashley Banfield's latest reporting. She'd been reporting all along from her source, the one that everybody likes to crap on. But this guy early on told her, a senior law enforcement source she said she had, who was familiar with the details of the case, that's the one who said that that the prime suspect may be Tomas, or Tommy, Annie Guthrie's husband, early on the case. And that same week, we saw them tow away Annie and Tomas's car. And then later we saw them inside of their home at 10 o'clock at night when it was dark. They turned off all the lights inside the home and started taking pictures. In any event, since then, we've been told, at least, our own Chad Ayers reported, he cited a rock solid source, he has boots on the ground there, that the family's all been given polygraphs and, quote, passed with flying colors. Okay, so that's where we stand. But this same source that has become so controversial in Ashley Banfield's reporting, every other thing he said has panned out. He said the back door was found open, and it was. Now we hear Savannah say it herself. He said that the Ring cameras were destroyed, and we know that they're missing, and that there was glass found on the front porch, at least, and there's a little glass bulb on the front of a Nest camera now. And he was the one who said they're Nest cameras, not Ring cameras. He was right about that too. And so it's just like her source seems like he knew what he was talking about, but everybody wants to dismiss that one piece about, like, this brother-in-law, quote, may be the prime suspect, at least as of that time. So Ashley has updated her reporting, because the other thing he told her was that the blood drops we saw on the front porch continued inside the house someplace, that there were also blood droplets that looked the same inside the house, but she did not have where. I think most of us assumed that it would be right on the opposite side of that front door, since they were on, outside in the front stoop. And it turns out that's correct. But here's Ashley in her own words, in her own reporting on Tuesday, SAT 16.
We were told there was blood in the house, but I could never find out where. Where did those investigators see it so that they knew there was something so dire that they had to bring in homicide investigators? And now I know. Now I know where the blood is inside the house. And it is a fascinating piece of data, because it is right in the front entrance of the home. Front entrance, front hallway, whatever you want to call that front entrance. But the blood now in the front entrance of the home is a significant detail about this crime. Just in the front entrance, not in the bedroom, not in the kitchen, not in the living room, not in that family room, The front entrance has a pattern of blood that is the same as it is outside, and it goes over the threshold out the door.
Okay, so correcting myself, she does report no blood found in the bedroom. And actually, she doubles down on that here in SOT 17. Take a listen.
And a common mistake a lot of investigators make is they hyper-focus on the place where they first see the blood, and they think this is where the attack occurred. And that is almost, I wouldn't say almost always incorrect. Finding the blood in one room doesn't mean that that's the room where the attack occurred or the incident occurred. You have to go back and you need to look for other potential items or artifacts to give you indications of what might have happened.
All right, that's her guest, who is a bloodstain expert, Dr. Peter Valentin. So, look, we now know there was blood that continued inside as you open the door right there, and that Ashley's reporting there was no blood inside the bedroom. But there's an additional soundbite I got to run for you guys, because she does make a reference to how Nancy was taken. And it's when Hoda asks her about seeing the masked man on the front porch. I'm trying to see which soundbite this is on my list. Is it 5? Yes, it is top 5. Let's go.
I mean, it's just absolutely terrifying.
Yeah.
It's just totally terrifying. And I can't imagine that is who she saw standing over her bed.
Yeah.
Right there.
I can't. It's too much.
Yeah.
And I'm glad and grateful to the investigators and the technology companies that were able to find that video. To, I hope, at least with people of good heart and compassion, stop the irresponsible and cruel speculation that had started to swirl.
Let's talk about that for a minute.
I'm glad that people saw
Yeah.
what came to our door.
And we'll get to that second piece of it in a minute. But you heard the detail, right? Standing over her bed. That's a new detail. We heard from her bed. Now,
And I don't even know if that's literal though either, right? Sheriff Nano said it, and then he said, well, I don't know. I didn't think people were going to take me literally. And that's why Maureen doesn't even listen to him anymore. But like, do they mean that literally or just figuratively taken from her bed because she was taken? I don't know. Neither would surprise me, but I'm not taking Savannah saying that as definitive evidence. Yes, definitely that's what happened. Now, would I be surprised if that's what happened? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Definitely could have. Especially since she has hearing problems. Yeah, they probably did have to come in there. So it wouldn't surprise me at all.
now we hear standing over her bed. And that's why, James, I feel like, in my view, this was not a breaking and entering where, like, she just ruled out that Nancy Guthrie stumbled upon a burglar who was there to steal and got in the crosshairs of this guy and then got taken. If what she just said there is known, then that's not true. And as you know, a burglar who's going into somebody's home in the middle of the night at 1:47 a.m. is not like, I'm definitely going to check the bedroom where the homeowner might be sleeping right now, right? It's like, I mean, maybe they would, maybe I'm wrong, but she seems to be saying that the mother was taken from the bed. The guy was standing over poor Nancy, then dragged her out of there. No purse, no phone, no meds, no shoes, in the pajamas that she was wearing. To me, that does not sound like a breaker and an enterer. It sounds like someone who was there to get Nancy.
Yeah, and I think kind of what Randy was saying, but
I totally agree with Megan there. I mean, the goal to me was to get Nancy. Most likely, a hit on Nancy, in my opinion, probably to punish or get revenge on Savannah Guthrie for some reason. I don't know exactly what the reason is, but that's what I think. And so, like they always say, you come during the day, it's because you want things. You come at night, it's because you're there for the person. That's what I think.
This sounds much more nefarious, and I'd love to know how she, does she know that? Did someone tell her, "Hey, we have evidence of footprints or something that he was standing over your mother before he did whatever he did?" Or is she
Well,
saying
maybe there
that?
is something on the bed sheets.
What's that?
Maybe there is something on the bed sheets. Like maybe there is something there that leads them to believe that's where it all began.
Yeah, I think a couple of weeks ago she said taken from her bed, and you and I keyed on that, Megan. And now she's saying standing over her, like watching her, with that mask. And so now that's okay. Are you getting that from some investigator, or is this something that you just believe, like as a story that you're saying to yourself, like, okay, this is probably what she was going through? Because if it's the former, that some investigator is telling her, yeah, he's standing over her like a predator and prey, okay, that's a whole different thing than Savannah is just thinking the worst and going, God, my mom went through this, and it was tragic to watch.
Kat, and if Kat was not flying to the moon and instead was on a highway to hell, it'd be Kat driving, and this is Kat's version of hell. Andrew Wilson plus Megyn Kelly in the back seat. Sweet Caroline, thank you very much for this super chat. Let's demonstrate our gratitude for our shepherd. Please hit the like button. Couldn't have said it better myself, Sweet Caroline. Thank you so much for the super chat. And out there, please remember to like the video. Leave your DNA in that like button. And make sure you're subscribed to the channel if you're not already. I go live almost every night to talk about true crime and current events, and I use my unique experience with narcissistic abuse, addiction, mental health, narcissistic family systems, and being on the autistic spectrum to give my unique insights into those things. And thank you again, Sweet Caroline.
Mm-hmm. And it does suggest to me, Eric, that when she said taken from her bed a couple of weeks ago, it was not an accident. That is what they believe, because here she doubles down saying standing over her in the bed, which may just be a figure of speech. She's just sort of picturing how this went down. But either way, she's twice now said Nancy was taken from her bed. And therefore, I believe that's what she believes. And therefore, I believe that's what investigators believe. And therefore, the theory that Nancy may have been wandering around and bumped into a burglar is out.
Right.
If we trust what the sheriff believes.
Yes, taken from her bed. So that does suggest that she's heard that from investigators, that it began there in the room. It disabuses the notion. There were some theories early on that maybe he rang the doorbell and she came down to the door. Now with the door, the back door propped open, and the whole taken from the bed. And the other thing that, I think that Savannah wants to do is impress upon anyone listening the horror of the situation, not just for the family, but painting that picture that this person went into her mother's house, that her mother is a frail, small person, elderly, that he stood over her bed, lurking there. That sinister image might stick in people's minds. And she may be hoping that someone feels that horror, feels that pain, and decides to do the right thing.
Announcement. Sable on blonde is Kat. Just so you know.
And give a really good tip or clue that leads the investigators to some fruitful point in the investigation.
Randy, what do you make of it? That the standing over her in her bed. We're getting an image now of how this thing went down. We have the pictures of the man on the porch. We know there was some sort of, if not a struggle, something led Nancy Guthrie to start bleeding at some point once he got her. And we know that the original contact between the two of them appears to have been with Nancy asleep in her bed and the perpetrator coming over her and getting her out of there. No shoes, no change of clothes, no meds, no purse, no phone, no anything. So as you listen to that sequence of events, what does it say to you?
I think we can completely eliminate the random burglar type of scenario here that was thrown out by a number of people. Impossible. If you look at the statistical analysis of crimes in that area, you will find that there has not been a nighttime hot prowl burglary in that area in years. The burglaries that have taken place that have been reported have been mostly daytime burglaries. A burglar
Notwithstanding all those tapes we saw, Randy, of like random people looking in people's windows and so on.
Yeah, the reality is that when you look at the statistics, the real crime statistics, there hasn't been a nighttime hot prowl burglary intrusion into a house in that area in recent memory. It just doesn't happen, especially in that area, because most of these homes are alarmed. They have surveillance equipment, and it's not something that is normally a burglar. Most burglars, if they want property, they don't want to have a confrontation. Are people going to be home during the day, or are they going to be at night? Right. So it's just nonsense to even think that this was a random burglar that happened to,
I agree with him there. He's right about that.
Then panic and take her. Impossible. This was planned. I fully believe that there was definitely more than one person involved. I believe there was a driver involved as well. What we have not heard, and this is from a source that I have, is that blood trail continued from all the way into the driveway. That indicates to me that individual who committed this took Mrs. Guthrie, probably by carrying her through the home where the blood spatter was. There was a trail that went out into the driveway where they loaded her into a car and they took her.
That's the most I've ever heard anyone say on how far out the blood trail went. We heard from Brian Enton, who got that video we keep showing, that it was on the front stoop, the red brick area. Then Fox News showed us additional video of blood droplets on the gray, more gravelly looking path that we're showing here. You can see, thanks to Fox, video of that. But no one has ever said it did, in fact, continue from there.
There's nothing there.
Over to the driveway, suggesting, I think we assumed that she didn't just vanish into thin air at that point.
My screen isn't blocking anyone. Like, there's no names over here.
But like, no one's ever actually said that. You're the first person to actually say that I know of.
Yeah, I developed that information not long ago from a source.
So there's no doubt in your mind that she was put into a car.
Absolutely no doubt in my mind she was put into a car. And of course, then that is a huge investigative lead that they have been clearly trying to follow up on in requesting doorbell video, surveillance video from convenience stores, from any entrances and egresses from that neighborhood. That's why it was so essential that they try and get as much footage as possible from any surveillance cameras in that entire area, because this didn't happen in a vacuum. The car didn't suddenly appear. It was there. It had to go through the neighborhood. It had to be there. It had to come in from one of the directions. So here's something that also has not been really spoken about, and that is the cell phone information from any of the cell phone towers. You haven't heard a drop about that. And that is very, very curious, because that tells me that this was planned to the nth degree, that they didn't have cell phones. And that in and of itself.
The guy was clever. This is Eric's area of expertise, but the guy was, before I go to you, Eric, I want to stay with you on this, Randy, before we get to the cell phone thing. The back door being propped open, that's different from open. It's like open, you just, whatever, you opened it, you walked in, you kind of forgot about it, and then you brought her out the front door. I think that's what we've been thinking. But if you propped it open, like to leave it open, the way you would if you had someone coming in behind you in a few minutes, maybe, or you were carrying something heavy, you needed to get through the door. I don't like that. To me, Randy, does potentially support another person being there, that you would prop it. I don't know. A lot of people have like an umbrella stand next to their door, or, a small little couch for people to sit down and put on their shoes, or some of those doors have one of those little sliders that you can put on that will keep the door open. But you tell me why a guy there to potentially kidnap Nancy would prop the back door open.
Well, that's
I'm
why
just trying to think out loud. Like an accomplice to bring something more into the home or potentially out of the home. He thought he was going to maybe steal a lot and he wanted to like not have to deal with the door. Or maybe he thought he was going to bring Nancy out the back and the plan changed. Go ahead.
Well, this is why my question originally that we talked about is, did Mrs. Guthrie leave prop the door open on a routine basis? Like I said, for ventilation. The other possibility is, we know that there was more than one individual involved. When you're talking about carrying a person out, it's not easy to do by yourself. It's going to be a whole lot more efficient if you have more than one person doing that.
Think about this. In 2006, $20,000 equaled roughly 33 ounces of gold.
By perspective, Tucson lies within Pima County. And Tucson is a very violent city. They investigate about.
And by the way, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Likes help me buy Hootie snacks for my spirit animal, Shadow the Night Owl. A lot of the Black Sheep gang are night owls, clearly. Say hello to the flock of black sheep in the live chat and subscribe to the channel if you're not already.
55 murders per year. So they have a very experienced homicide bureau. In contrast, Pima County has about 5 homicides per year. And the sheriff, in his infinite wisdom, fired, or didn't fire, but reassigned most of the homicide unit who had investigative experience. He put them back in various assignments as a punishment to them. So in actuality, the homicide detectives are very, very inexperienced. One of them, from my understanding, has never investigated a homicide. And that's not saying anything detrimental about them. But it's, as Pat said, especially homicide work, this is a learned skill. This is something that takes years to get expertise in homicide work. And that's why homicide detectives, when they're involved, they stay for 20 years, because that experience is, there's no other avenue for being.
No, you can't short form it.
Exactly.
I'm thinking as you're speaking about Brian Kohlberger, who was getting his PhD in criminology, who made so many stupid amateurish mistakes because you can't just study it. You actually have to be on the job learning how to, in his case, commit crime, but in your cases, solve crime. And the sheriff's I have yet to find somebody, literally, I've been looking, to say, this is not fair. The sheriff is a great investigator and a really good guy. Instead, no matter who you ask, they hate him. There was just a no confidence vote by the entire police union. Every single guy in it and gal voted, we do not have confidence in him. We don't want him. The county supervisor came out and gave an interview to Brian Entin saying, no, can't stand him. In fact, I'll play some of that. He's talking about his beginnings back in 1980 from El Paso, where it turns out he did some allegedly unethical things. And this is what Pima County Supervisor Dr. Matt Heinz said to Brian Entin in SOT 19.
So it was 8 suspensions in a little over 5 years. And it is kind of unusual to have any suspension for most of our officers. So to have 8 in 5 years, this is a really troubling record. He was frankly a bad cop. Yeah, lots of dereliction of duty, tardiness, unnecessary force, and discourtesy, whatever that. Okay, where is it? Excessive force, that one wasn't sustained. Habitual tardiness, excessive force, again, 15 days. And then eventually the next page, for July of 82, insubordination and consistent inefficiency, which is like kind of one of my new favorite phrases. He was forced to resign in lieu of termination. The entire 4-decade history of his presence here in Southern Arizona has been based on fraud. It is clear to me that he is not capable or competent to lead in this office. He is more than tarnished. And that's not specific to any investigation. The most recent high-profile one certainly has been shining light on things.
I mean, those are rough allegations. The sheriff has previously sort of poo-pooed what happened in El Paso, like, oh my God, or yeah, what do you want to get me on my middle school grades next?
Now, by the way, for those of you who don't know, what Sheriff Nanos did was assault someone in handcuffs with a flashlight. And if you know anything about a police flashlight, they're a weapon in and of themselves. And that's felony assault, really. And if you do that to a police officer, they're going to get you for attempted murder. So that's not a small thing. And that's what Sheriff Nanos did. And he still got elected as sheriff. Not by many votes, by under 500 votes, but he still did. And he was also suspended 8 times. That's a lot.
So this is not a big deal, but the entire union being against him, he's got some very senior ex-cops who've gone on the record in this case saying not a good guy and not a good investigator. Now you hear the county supervisors say, James, the list is long.
Yeah, we talked about it, I think 3 or 4 episodes ago, where you played the tape of him talking bad about the Bureau for investigating him and how he's the real cop. And, again, I think it's always a bad thing if we're the sheriff of a very large organization is somehow leading a major investigation. That is not their role. Their role is to get resources. Their role is to talk to the media. Their role is to do damage control. Their role is to support the officers who are actually doing the work. That's what you want from a sheriff or a chief. You do not want them working the case. That is usually, in my experience, not a good thing, and it certainly isn't helpful for the victims.
Savannah was asked about the investigation, which obviously isn't going so well. And she threaded that needle just so. Take a listen here, SOT 8.
How did your family feel about the way the investigation was conducted?
Well, it's still going.
Yeah.
And people have worked tirelessly. And we see that. Mm-hmm. But we need answers. We cannot be at peace without knowing. And someone can do the right thing. And it is never too late to do the right thing. And our hearts are focused on that.
Mm-hmm.
She was too smart to, rip on the sheriff, who's currently got her mother's fate in his hands in some ways. So she said, well, it's still going. That's her telegraphing, I can't say anything bad. And a shout out to the people who have worked, quote, tirelessly on the case. I'm sure there are a lot of investigators who are doing everything night and day to solve this crime. But then a demand for answers at the end, and then finally a reach out to the kidnapper or abductor, whoever it is, to say, please, it's never too late. It doesn't seem she has confidence in the sheriff. And I have to...
to me, what she's doing, she just wants closure with the body is what I think. I think she's in the process of accepting that her mother's no longer with us. She said God told her that Nancy's with her. Now, some people are saying, well, he said that God would be with her whether she was alive or not. But I'm taking it as she thinks Nancy is with God in heaven. That's how I'm taking it. You might see it a different way. So that means what's left is closure, right? Just having the ordeal be over, at least in terms of the body, because it's not truly over until they find the person and catch them, right? That did it. But the next best thing, I guess, is at least finding Nancy.
Feel for her. Pat, because when she got the news from her family that the mom had been taken, they thought, right? And she was in New York and she had to get on a plane and fly out to Arizona. The reports early on were that she called Arizona Democratic Senator Mark Kelly. And she said to him, like, this terrible thing has happened. And reportedly he vouched for the sheriff, like, you're in good hands, you'll be fine. And that kind of thing, I'm sure that a U.S. senator would do that because maybe he knows Nanos and Nanos is also a Democrat. It's kind of like, yeah, you're good. You're in good hands. Don't worry. He'll take care of you. I'll call him. I'll make sure he takes care of you. But it does make me think, you're in that position that Mark Kelly's in. You get a call from somebody like Savannah Guthrie about something as serious. Like you have to make damn sure you guys know this as actual cops. Like, you don't recommend you're in good hands with this particular guy unless you know he can do this. Like, if this is a friend of yours, it's Savannah Guthrie. I know if I called you, Pat, and said, God forbid something like this happened, you would not say, trust this sheriff or this FBI agent unless you knew I could take it to the bank. And I think my guess is that something went wrong here, that he recommended Nanos in a way Savannah came to trust Nanos. And this was placed in the hands of the wrong person. And I don't think the family leaned on him or the authorities strongly enough, not to blame them. I'm just saying I think they trusted him early on to get this out of his hands and into the hands of the FBI. Your thoughts?
Well, I think so. First of all, her words were carefully chosen, carefully parsed. But I think this may be a case where the senator almost perhaps a knee-jerk response relative to the competence of the sheriff. And then again, the sheriff because I did some research on him, he has a very checkered past in many ways. You mentioned no confidence and so forth. But because he had no history, again, Megan, supreme irony, no history of ever conducting any serious investigations. And this is extremely serious. So there wouldn't be any context or nuance, legacy nuance or context for the senator to lean into relative to his capabilities, right? So it's the perfect circle. Mm-hmm. It's a perfect circle. Yeah, I think my understanding, he's a good guy, whatever that means. He seems like a good egg, and he's really leading that force. But again, no fact-based context. That I recall now when they had that triple murder, 3 years ago, he led it efficiently and effectively, and he was able to develop the relevant intel, data, reports, and facts, and lead to arrest, indictment, conviction. Nothing. The reason is nothing. It comes back to the circle of the affluence of the area and the virtual absence of serious and certainly super violent crimes.
Yeah.
This one is suggested to be.
You can never give you a recommendation unless you actually know, especially on something as important as this. Like, we needed a real cop at the head of this investigation, and it just doesn't feel to me like we have it. We only have a short time left, but I have to get this in, jumping back to Savannah soundbites that probe where the investigation is and how she's feeling about it. Now, very clearly, Savannah does not believe any member of her family had anything to do with this. And that we understand, and it makes perfect sense. That doesn't mean the rest of us have to give them the same benefit of the doubt. I would expect her to defend her immediate family members, but this is the first time we hear her directly show her anger over the speculation.
Remember, folks, please like the video while you're here. Likes are free. Leave your DNA in that like button and subscribe to the channel if you're not already. Super chats are a great way to support the channel and get questions answered. Super stickers, great way to support the channel. And becoming a member gives you access to the members-only live streams.
And in particular it's been about Tomas. She calls him Tommy. But she seems to suggest maybe her brother Cameron also came under fire. Maybe that happened on, with some influencers that I don't know about. And obviously Annie is married to Tommy, so she's been somewhat under the microscope because her car got towed by the authorities and impounded and kept for 6 weeks for investigative purposes, and because the cops kept going back to her house and taking pictures with all the lights out and taking items from her home, even though that wasn't the crime scene. So of course people were like, what's going on with those two? And the husband was the last one to see Nancy alive, prior to the abductor. So here's Savannah, though, lamenting the focus on the family in SOT 7.
It's unbearable And it piles pain upon pain. There are no words. There are no words. I don't understand. I'll never understand. And no one took better care of my mom than my sister and brother-in-law. And no one protected my mom more than my brother. And we love her, and she is our shining light. She's our matriarch. She's all we have.
I'm just going to say here again would have been a great place for some follow-up journalism. Tell us why you don't believe they had anything to do with it. And she might have been willing to answer.
I mean, I think Hoda was just trying to be more supportive in this one than getting answers, right? That's how I see it. Megan's being a little more critical, but I would say I think she was just trying to be more supportive towards her friend.
They all took polygraphs and passed with flying colors, as we had Chad Ayers report on our air a week ago. But we don't know what she's basing that on right now because the question wasn't asked, the information wasn't provided. But James, you tell me whether there's been something irresponsible. Forget what the influencers do. They're going to say Savannah did it. The influencers are going to go, so-called influencers who are just going out there for clicks. I'm talking about actual journalists. And clearly she's mad at Ashley Banfield. And we've heard that. I heard that myself, that she's furious with Ashley and about the reports involving her brother-in-law. But you tell me whether it's irresponsible to take a look at Tommy and Annie.
No, it's not. And we have a lady who has not been found. And so it's a lead bucket, if we're working this case, we're going back to a number of leads, and friends, family is a lead bucket, and we have to look there. Right. But unfortunately what you have,
I think the whole intention of that interview with Savannah and Hoda is just an introduction back into public life for Savannah, being on TV more, and just to get her thoughts and feelings out there a little bit. To me, that was really the only focus.
have on the back end is the sheriff's already said I've cleared them. So how do we talked about this a couple episodes ago. How do you clear somebody if you haven't solved the crime? So yeah, they might have an alibi for the actual night, but it doesn't mean there wasn't an involvement that you don't find about later. So it's very difficult to say I've cleared somebody without solving the actual crime. So that's I think she's hearing both.
That's true. Let's see. Mike, thank you very much for the super chat. Jared, you are our shepherd of the lost black sheep. They say I'm the corrector of injustices and the warden of the downtrodden flock. But I like also saying the shepherd of black sheep. So thank you very much for that, Mike. You are a proud member of the shepherd of black sheep, by the way. That is something to hang your hat on. We got a great group of people here. So thank you for the super chat, Mike. I appreciate it.
Both sides getting frustrated because wait, the sheriff said we're cleared, and yet these people are still asking these questions. We have to look at it, okay? And there's a way to do that in a way that doesn't seem terribly. You listen to her trauma. She lost her dad when she was 16. I mean, it is dripping off of her. So any inference of anything that her family's done wrong here is going to be doubly compounded by all the trauma she's been through, right? I mean, I get it, I understand it,
Yep.
But obviously, that's an area they have to look in. And then there's a number of areas they're looking in, but we don't have anything. We are nowhere after 53 days.
Think about this. In 2006, 20,000.
And on to the last one.
Well, she's saying she believes those two, quote, ransom notes that TMZ and the other locals got are real. That seems to be what she's saying. Some clarifying journalism would have been appreciated, but that seems to be what she is saying, that she believed those first two, which means this Harvey Levin announcement when he got the one was, if she's right, an actual communication from an actual kidnapper who did have Nancy. A throwback here in SOT 37.
disagree.
So we got something in our email that looks like it's written like a ransom note for Savannah Guthrie's mother.
Specific
And they're
requests
very
for certain amounts of money,
very specific.
Bitcoin.
And also they say at the bottom, there are certain things they're saying about what she was wearing and damage to the house.
That they're clearly saying to verify that
it's us.
We know what we're talking about here.
So we've contacted the sheriff's department, and we want to get them this letter. We had a little trouble getting through to the right person, but the person we spoke with is now forwarding this to somebody in the.
So we can do a little Tony. I was looking through. I didn't think he did one, but there is a live that he just didn't break down into videos yet, so we can do that.
Detective Bureau. Again, we don't know.
We don't know if
it's
this is
authentic,
legit, right.
if it's authentic or not. But they're when you read it, they're acting as if, yeah, only we would know these things, and we're serious. And there's a dollar demand and an or else in there.
Okay, and we would later find out that the dollar demand related to being paid in Bitcoin. It was reportedly $4 million if they paid by that Thursday, $6 million if they waited until the follow-up Monday. And the family then came to the cameras and started begging for a negotiation. You know, first we had Savannah Guthrie with the talk to her and you'll see, you know, which were sort of eerie lines, because that was exactly what a character in Silence of the Lambs said. Then she did reference the potential ransom note in that very first video Savannah did. Here is SOT 28.
We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media. As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk. However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. Please reach out to us.
So that was after the ransom note had dropped with TMZ. And by the way, so that was Wednesday after the Sunday that she was discovered missing. So it's just days after, it was Wednesday. Then on Thursday, they dropped another one, February 5th, with the brother, Cameron Guthrie, alone. You remember that? And then by Saturday night, now we've missed the Thursday deadline. And by Saturday night, they dropped another one that sounded more almost reconciled to the fact that Nancy might no longer be with us. Here's part of that, SOT 31.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
We will pay. But they didn't pay as far as we know, guys. Like, everyone was monitoring the Bitcoin account that, you know, fortunately or unfortunately, the media had the numbers on. Harvey had the numbers on, and the local news had the numbers on. And Harvey was able to see whether deposits had been made, and he reported that they had not been. So it did not. There's no reason to believe they paid the ransom, which I just don't understand. Other than, you know, James, they never got proof of life. So even though they believed the ransom notes were legit, I guess they just weren't going to pay it because they thought they're not going to return her or tell us where she is. They didn't trust that they had a good faith bargainer on the other side.
Yeah, I'm having real difficulty again with the thought that this individual took her and then he wanted to use TMZ as a go-between to get his money. As if TMZ is, you know, the current Jerry Richardson of the negotiation of all, you know, things. And that's just crazy. I don't know that TMZ's ever negotiated the safe return of another individual. So why would they go through that? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, the theory was that the kidnapper would have gone, that the three entities he chose all had like tip lines. Like they didn't send an email. They went on, like, if you go to TMZ and you have a news tip, you know, like Justin Timberlake just got arrested for DWI, you can type that in on their website on a page without really, I guess any identifying information. But it would seem to me that the FBI can always find identifying information about where you typed that page.
Yep.
But maybe not, because here we are 7 weeks in, they never arrested that person.
Correct. And, again, we don't know that the FBI is in lockstep with the Pima County Sheriff's Office in this investigation. We don't know that at all. We have, it seems to be a disparate investigation being done by two different agencies. But, even if, this interview, this clip you're showing of her and the family talking directly, if it's done correctly, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but there's certainly going to be some coaching in the background by a negotiator from the Bureau who explains to them what to say and how to say it. It's extremely rare that they would let a family just, independently, negotiate or communicate with the person. That just does, they don't work it that way. And again, no proof of life. So why am I sending you money? And I think she even alluded to that. There are a lot of people with bad souls that, take advantage. And that's certainly what I still believe that theory is that the people doing that, they picked up some information they saw in a video I think you showed of, Nancy's home from years ago. They would have had enough information to make it seem as though they had inside information and they wanted to make a quick buck.
But why didn't they? That's right. Isn't that one of the big questions? Like, what do you think, Randy? What if they had her, even if she had died, there's a way of sending proof you have her, a lock of hair, something really specific you saw inside the house that would convince them you had her. I mean, even what Savannah's saying in the videos, the hostage videos, is like, we need to know you have her. They don't specifically say proof of life. And even the reward that she eventually posted for $1 million is for information leading to either, Nancy, like alive or her remains, or leading to the arrest of this suspect.
Yeah, exactly. And I personally, when I look at these, the methodology utilized in reaching out to the family, it really doesn't make a lot of sense. Now we do know that there were. Remember, she alluded to numerous ransom demands. The two that she took seriously were these two. But remember, there was an arrest made on on another ransom demand that they were able to track.
Yeah.
Which
texted directly to, I think, Tommy, the brother-in-law.
And I'm curious as to the others that they received. Remember, there's a bunch of nutcases out there that are going to jump into this that confuse the issue. And of course, that takes resources away from the agency, whether it's the FBI or Pima County. But let's look at what has actually resulted. Nothing. There's been no proof of life. If that was a reality, if these people truly had her, that would have been an easy thing to provide, and they didn't do it. So I'm not a believer that this was a ransom, that this was a legitimate ransom demand. I am a little curious as to how they have not been able to track those ransom demands. And of course, Pat said something, that maybe this is a disparate investigation, because we do know that the FBI and Pima County have not been in lockstep. In fact, the FBI, I've never seen them so absent from the news when it comes down to a high profile case like this. That tells me,
that's true.
That tells me that they aren't getting involved because of of the animosity between that sheriff. I'm even using that word loosely. The sheriff there and the
things have
FBI.
gone from bad to worse for the sheriff. Now you look like you want to get on that, Pat.
Beyond useless. I'll be honest, and it kills me. No one loves law enforcement more than me. This guy was not up to the task from minute one. He made every mistake conceivable from the onset. I won't get into the details of it, but he's surrounded by folks, I'm certain, men and women who are very committed to protect and serve, who are fantastically loyal to the investigation. But there is a sad reality, and it's a supreme irony, Megan, and I know Randy and James know this as well, you live in an affluent area like the Catalina foothills. The officers who were sworn to protect and serve you in that area, by virtue of the fact that there are no real crimes, certainly no crimes of this level of violence, they have no historical perspective. They've never done it before. They've never done it before. I've spoken to...
It's not like getting a Pat Brosnan assigned to your case.
Or a James Hamilton, or a Randy Sutton, or a John Doe who's been in the Bronx or in Harlem or in East Brooklyn and has done 100 of them or 500 of them. And that just comes down to legacy, experience, and expertise. And it is a supreme irony. It really is. The safest neighborhoods have the officers with the least experience. And no one wants to articulate it, but I will articulate it because I still think they're amazing, amazing folks, but they just haven't done it because they're in an area that's affluent and relatively crime-free.
Think about this. In 2006, $20,000 equaled...
So, again, I don't necessarily think the ransom notes were real, but Savannah tends to think so. And if you think they're real, why wouldn't you pay? Because there's no proof of life. That's why you wouldn't pay.
This is Hidden Killers Live.
Leave us your questions in the comments section for that, and we're going to try and answer them live here during this discussion. And we'll also, of course, continue the conversation off the air after the fact. And we're also going to be talking about the latest in the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case. Let's start out with Nancy Guthrie. You've been sending in the questions, not about the suspect, not about the evidence, but the man running the investigation, how the sausage is made. And maybe because there's a problem at the sausage factory, nobody's getting their sausages. Robin Drake is with us as always, retired FBI Special Agent Chief of the Counterintelligence Behavioral Analysis Program. This is fascinating. I was working on a story about Nancy Guthrie just the other day, and then this popped up into the ether of the 200 and some, like 240, I know the number directly in front of me, to zero. No confidence, the union voting against him. 60 some did not vote, but there was not a single one who said, maybe he's just misunderstood. Maybe we're like, I like him, but I don't know why. Not one person voted in confidence of Sheriff Nanos. You know all about leadership. You know how everything starts at the top. What's your reaction when you hear that?
Sadly, I wish, this is one of those cases and what we're covering with the name.
So this is former FBI agent Robin Drake. This, of course, is Tony Bruschi. Make sure you check out their work on his channel. Subscribe, support him. Make sure you like this video, too. We're coming up on 4 hours. We should be getting to 500 likes. See, if I don't stay on it, people don't. So I hate being annoying, but I have to as well to help the channel here, But make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. Super chats, like I always say, help support the channel and help you to get questions answered. Super stickers, great way to support the channel. Memberships give you access to the members-only live streams. Also, I'm live almost every night at a little bit after 10 p.m. Eastern to talk about true crime and current events. And thank you very much for all the support I've gotten so far. Reached the milestone yesterday, 40,000 subscribers. That was pretty cool. Thanks to all of you out there. I wouldn't be doing it without the 1,000 or so or more of you that are here right now.
Nanos angle. I wish there was solid answers on this, only because I don't get shocked by this kind of stuff because I was surrounded by this kind of stuff. Anyone that works in an organization, and even some organizations that are for profit, but if you're going to work in a government organization where people don't have to produce something to sell for profit to actually fund everyone, you're going to wind up with situations where you're going to have leaders that really suck. And unfortunately, you get a lot of them. And what happens is when systems become institutionalized around dealing with just bad leaders and learning how to work around them, that's what's becomes sad, because you start tolerating morons at the top. And so, yeah, seeing this, I wasn't shocked by it, not surprised. Actually kind of impressed that so many would put their names on the line saying we want this guy gone. Now, Is it going to make a difference at the end of the day? Only if Nanos will make the choice himself, because there's really not much anyone else to do. I know the town council is meeting on it yesterday, Board of Supervisors. But all they're going to do is ask him to step down. And I didn't hear the results of that yet, though.
The level, I mean, the levers that can be pulled are slim to nil, because the way, and I just did a whole piece on this, so I'm trying to go off of memory.
Right.
Essentially, if he refuses to provide this report that he needs to provide about his responses and what's going on, if he refuses to do that, then he can be removed. But as long as he complies and provides the report and shows up to answer the questions like he's required to do, they can request he gets stepped down, but they can't remove him. So it does, and that's independent of what those answers are. He can hand them the menu to Applebee's and go, here's my report, and go, well, he did turn in what he's calling his report. He's going through the motions, and that's essentially how the law is written, is if you go through the motions and do what is asked of you, doesn't mean it's good or acceptable, but as long as you do it, then you've checked the boxes. It's one of these things where it feels like when these laws were made and these rules and were.
And a quick aside, just mentioning the allegations against JLR, that's not spreading hate. It's just reporting on what's happened. Some people will label it as hate, but that's not really what's going on. I mean, there's a lot of channels talking about it, and I guess there's some people that if you even talk about it at all, they don't like you. But if it were anyone else, JLR would be doing the same thing. If there's a case, he'd be on the case. It is what it is. And again, he's not guilty until he's proven to be guilty. But that said, I do take allegations like this very seriously.
Put in place. Nobody was thinking somebody may try and circumvent these in such a ridiculous way that we're going to be put in this situation. There's such assumptions, it seems, on so many of these standards, procedures, and practices that people are going to be acting to the best of their ability, when in reality we're running into situations here where they're just not.
It'll be really good it'll be interesting. So he appears to be living in the court of public opinion. I mean, that's one of the reasons why he ran for sheriff to begin with, is if you only run for those positions because you want to be out front, you want to be seen, you want to be heard, and you want to run your mouth. And so, I mean, just think about this. If he stays in place and doesn't step down, even if they completely 100% solve this case, he's not going to benefit from that in a court of public opinion. They're going to say they did it in spite of him, right? So he's not going to win if he stays, in the court of public opinion. And the only way he can actually preserve what he has left of any reputation, try to salvage it, is take one for, he could say, I'm taking one for the team. The public's lost confidence in me. I get it. I'm going to step down and I'm going to let it play out, because I care more about the investigation rather than and my negative impact that I'm having on it, because that's what happens. When I was getting ready to go on a show the other day, I was researching the impact this has on cases across the board. For one thing, typically, I haven't been able to find a case where people have actually said the leadership out front did a great job. When it hits this level, I just can't find one where people are jumping up and down and said, hey, the front man was a great guy, and the investigators underneath them are good. Typically, we say the front man sucks and the investigators are doing a good job. That is typical. But being able to come back from that, I don't know how he would ever do it.
I don't see it. That was kind of what I was thinking earlier too, when I was working all this out. It was just there is no upside to this to stay in power, and it's like you're almost. I mean, he's retirement age. Like just be done.
So by the way, chat, someone needs to tell me what Mel said over there, especially if they said JLR's filing lawsuits. What we learned is JLR can't do that unless he has permission from the courts that it's an extremely credible thing to do, because he's abused his privilege in the past. So I'd like to know what Mel said.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Consider yourself lucky that for 42 years nobody checked your resume, that you were able to sit there and get away with a bullshit resume for all of that time, and it took 42 years for it to finally come out, and it was by his own verbal diarrhea that it was found out, because he lied. And then he lied, and he backs it up going, well, I didn't think you were talking about everything's beyond Pima County. The question was, in your career, that doesn't mean exclusively Pima County. And maybe he's just an idiot. Maybe he really did think they just meant Pima County. I wouldn't put that past him. He doesn't seem like the sharpest crayon in the box. So I guess that is possible, but I don't care. I don't care if it's possible. The question was clear. You didn't apply the standards of the question to your knowledge, and the answer that came out of your mouth was inaccurate. That's called a lie.
And how you do one thing is how you do everything. And
yes.
So when you see it in one aspect of his life, then you're going to see it manifest everywhere else, because why would he change that behavior in one place? Yeah, no, we are the same person everywhere, especially when time has an effect. I mean, people can act for a certain amount of time, but if you're in place for more than a couple days, week, month, or definitely years.
Sydney, if you mislabel what I'm doing one more time, you're going to be blocked.
Who you are at your core is going to come out, and we don't shift who we are in major swings. We shift who we are, even if we have an aha moment and awareness take hold. It's a slow rudder shift. And since he very clearly has not gotten over to himself, and it's all about him and trying to please, and just he's trying to please a public by making it about him. I mean, it's all over the place, but again, it's sadly predictable. That's why I haven't really personally focused on it, because I've taken it for a grain of salt that typically I ignore the top, because the point I was meant to make a second ago, I forgot, was this. What happens is guys like him, they don't derail the investigation, but they damn well slow it down. Because of this mixed messaging, because what happens is when you have this kind of the only public facing front of the organization, people see disorganization, so they don't trust the organization, which means people aren't going to trust whether, if I send an elite anonymously, whether it's going to be handled properly or even handled at all.
Mm-hmm.
And also the biggest thing ever is, and we talked about the other day, his ability for interagency operation. That is so critical on major cases like this, that all the his investigators, have the resources they need to execute the investigation to find Nancy and find a culprit. That is it. And all those things typically get handled at the top level, or while you're working on something else. It's your team that's going to do it. But he typically is the individual that should be reaching out, that should be accepting offers of help and assistance, as well as reaching out and getting offers of assistance. But when you don't have trust in an organization, it slows down, or his own ego and vanity gets in the way, or he gets stovepiped into, I'm going to do it this way because I've done it this way before, like where he's going to send the DNA to, or how he's going to do his messaging, whatever it is, he's thinking like this, and he's got zero, apparently, who knows, but it looks like zero loving critics in his life saying, hey, you might want to consider this. You can see him railroading right through with his agenda, with what he wants to do.
So it seems like Sheriff Nanos, he treats people completely differently depending on where they are in relation to him. What kinds of people do that? Narcissistic people. That's why former Under Sheriff Verkastiger didn't really have a problem with him until he was under Nanos. Then he saw a different version of Nanos. Before that, he never saw that version because he was Nanos's boss. So narcissistic people, they'll kiss the right ass, but then they'll belittle and insult and treat poorly anyone under them. Why does this happen? Because they are very status conscious. They see things in a rank order. So it adds up. Also, please remember to like the video. We're lagging behind on the likes.
It's worked for 42. He's got 42 years of reps of doing it successfully.
Yeah.
So I mean, so someone telling him like, you can't do it this way. yeah, good luck. Like, good luck telling him it doesn't work that way, because it has.
Yep.
It's worked all the time for him for all those years. When it's not the first time, I'm sure he's been told this is not the right way to do something, and he just keeps doing it. I mean, that's how he seems to operate and has been allowed to operate for all of that time. A lot of people, I mean, the question I think so many people are asking, because they're good moral human beings who wouldn't imagine going into a job and having lied on your resume in such an extreme way. Everybody pads their resume to a certain extent. You know, we talk ourselves up a bit, but like blatant lying is a little different. Like, no disciplinary issues. I mean, just completely flat out lying about your history is different than making yourself sound a little better than you actually are. And that's clearly what it looks like he allegedly had done and got away with for 40 some years. And people are like, how does someone then function for 40 some years, knowing that that shoe could drop at any day? Because I think most of us, if we did that and we got into that position, we were able to create that ruse enough to get to where we were at, I think the whole time I'd be in that position, most would be like, wait till they do an audit of this and check this out. But some people never do. It's like once they get past the gatekeeper, it's like, I'm in. And that seems to be, and why? Because for a lot of people, that's just how it works.
Yeah, you're seeing nepotism at its best. Not nepotism from the standpoint of you hire friends in there, but
Yeah.
there's this phrase inside the bureau. I don't know if it's still there, but we had the rabbi system, it's called. If you had a rabbi above you and you got in their good graces by taking care of them, making the boss look good, focusing on their career, you'd be included in that club. And you know what? We're going to take care of your career too. It was always important for me as an investigator, especially on these massive operations I'm doing, and as well as consulting for my agents that I was consulting for on the behavior side of the operations. Again, we've said this numerous times too, strategizing the operation or the investigation for my case agent clients when I was running the behavioral team, that was the easiest part in the world. Because you're dealing with one or two individuals, how to have a great conversation, inspire them to trust you to solve a critical life challenge in their lives. That's really what everything comes down to. Even when you're trying to get someone to confess, you're trying to inspire them to share information in exchange for helping them solve a critical life challenge of going to jail for the rest of your life, potentially. You know, I can maybe mitigate that. I can be a resource. I can actually speak on your behalf. So there's lots of ways in which to communicate. That's the easiest part in the world. My entire energy, both in my own career and then consulting with our case agents in the field, was what kind of leadership are you dealing with? My first question always with every single case agent is, what does your bosses think about this case? Because that's the first thing I got to deal with, because I will always assume that a case agent, an investigator, is doing the righteous work. If they're going at it, when you got a plate of a million things in front of you and you only have time to hit 5, there's a lot of trust that they're going to
Damn straight, Danielle. Liking the video makes you sexier. I love it.
pick the 5 most pressing things that could make a huge difference in people's lives, national security, whatever it is. And so when I got a case agent says these 5 things are the most important thing, or this one thing is most important out of this whole buffet, all right, I'm all in. I will do all I can. Now we have to think in terms of how do we inspire management or a guy like Nanos to support us to do this? And so you start managing that. You know, we called it, this is what organizations call leadership up. This is where you got to lead your bosses to your conclusions so you can do the righteous work while you're managing their career for them. Because not most, who knows, a lot of these people like Nanos, they care so deeply about their career, which is that public image, which gets me elected, that they lose sight of the actual operations and things that matter to their citizens.
It's amazing how that can you know, it's amazing because I think you probably go into it, you know, with those things being very close to the vest, very close to your heart, very close to your goals and your identity, and slowly that erodes over time in that quest for power and control. And some people, I guess, are more drawn to that, to the, what was the someone said, the siren song of celebrity. Some judge said that recently in a case. I forgot what it was, but somebody said the siren call of celebrity. It is kind of that. I mean, whether it's celebrity or not, but it's being the top dog. And it's more important to be the top dog than to actually be right or do things in any sort of way that you're being held accountable or effective.
Think about that. We see this all the time. So, I mean, we've been talking a lot about not just, Nanos and the Guthrie case, but we've been talking about the Duggars,
Yeah.
So here you got Jim Bob in IBLP, a ultra conservative religious offshoot of baptism, of Baptist church, right?
Yeah.
And so because I just finished the book that his daughter, one of his 19 kids, wrote, as well as the special Shiny Happy People. And what's really, really interesting is we see exactly the same thing. So let's presume he joined and went into this organization because of great family values centered on family. Children are a blessing from God. All these great, beautiful things that fathers are the protectors, and then the church above that. I mean, on paper, without doing very, very surface level, it sounds very nice. It sounds like they're doing it for very altruistic, humanity, family-centered reasons. But then over time, he starts making money. He gets deals with the Learning Channel with 19, the 19 Kids and Growing, whatever, show. And he gets all these deals. And I think the number came out in the book. They said he probably made about $14 to $16 million that he'd never give any of his kids 1 cent to. And then finally, his eldest daughter is battling because she's undergoing tax stuff where he was claiming that he paid her but never gave her the money, and so she's actually having to claim she's getting hunted by the IRS.
Yeah,
she's having to battle her father, who's then justifying his actions. Why I did this? Because I gave you a roof over your head, I gave you a car insurance, and so here's a dad that said he did everything for his family, that mission statement, but in the end, it was greed, control, and power.
But he's believing his story, I think, the whole time.
And so is Nanos.
Yeah,
so that's my circle back, is that,
yeah.
So here's a guy that joins law enforcement. I will always presume the best, because people don't join organizations. All right, I'm going to join this organization and just be an ass. But it happens. And so he joins the organization for all the righteous reasons why people go into law enforcement, to protect, serve, and take care of your community, right? But then along the way, he gets that taste of power. The dopamine starts flowing. And then in his mind, you see a whole pattern throughout his life. The ends justify the means. Well, if I want to be in leadership and take care of my people, I'm going to have to fudge my resume a bit. I'm going to have to exaggerate it here. And you know what? All my buddies will back me up because we got the blue wall going. So you can kind of envision this is what's going on in his mind. And then you get addicted to the dopamine, you get addicted to the power. And so as the sense of me takes over, the sense of other starts shutting out. Hence, my book is not all about me, because that's exactly what happens, is that we get so addicted to ourselves with no check and balance from a loving critic saying, as my wife's famous quote all the time is, anytime it's something to come up, a potential thing in my career, she'd always look at me and goes, why you?
I don't know what Robin's even really talking about. I mean, I guess they're going off on Sheriff Nanos, understandably so, but like, over what? The lies? I don't think they've mentioned the assault. I don't even know. I don't even know what they're talking about. I guess I'm getting tired, so my focus is waning.
It'll totally derail anything. It's like, why indeed? What are my goals and priorities in life? Because she would always say, you're going to be home more around the family or home less. That's all we care about. It was always having someone ground you. And people like Nanos, zero granted. People like Jim Bob Duggar, zero, because his wife had to be subservient. She had to be, so that's how the systems get corrupted. It's like no check and balance from the top. Except people like us.
And then people, that's it's we're seeing that in so many situations, and when one is in that sort of state where they're so insulated from any outside exposure or opinions or voices or thoughts, then you also completely fail to see the long-term effects of your existence, of being even in that position of power to which he's in, to which he has the power to solve cases, to affect people's future existence, freedom. Down to granular levels, the power that is there in a position he lied to get into. Now, what does that do to 40 some years of cases when we look back on it now? Because I can guarantee, after his testimony the other day of basically he lied to get this position and to maintain this position about his track record there. All of these cases basically saying, he was hired under false pretenses. All of those cases are going to take a look at that and go, oh, so if he hadn't been here, then this couldn't have been done in this case, and that couldn't have been done, and that led to a guilty verdict over here. I think this is new evidence, right? I can't say how far any of that's going to go in a court of law, but if you have anything that is, reasonably questionable and just needs to be pushed over that edge a little bit to be relooked at, it probably will be. And maybe that's a good thing in a lot of cases to have them relooked at if things were pushed in one direction or not. But it can also be a bad thing for cases that really were solved justifiably. The right person went away, was punished the way they were supposed to. But now all of those go out to be questioned as well because he existed in a position that he wasn't supposed to be in the first place because he lied. And that's one of those things he never thought of, because it was all about him going into it and maintained for 42 years.
Yeah, because guys like him think the ends justify the means.
Yes.
And so if, as you know, and it's guys like Bob Motta who would actually have a heyday now, going back and looking at, defenses that might have been tainted because he was the one that the ends justify the means. Yeah. So we're going to re-examine all the evidence, re-examine how it's all collected. So I would think that they're going to go back and look at, or someone would look at, the cases that he was investigating. Now, granted, when he hit the leadership positions, it'll get harder to do that. But again, they'll probably do, and I would say that anyone that was dismissed, any cases that he personally touched, anything that he personally had an interaction with, will get a second glance or a third glance or a fourth glance by a lot of people for a long period of time, which creates chaos. And the sad thing is that I really do think he's got a good department, because again, we went through those numbers. The clearance rate of his detectives is really, really good, which means they figured out how to work around this guy. But what happens is when you get some self-centered narcissist at the top, he'll claim credit for all their work. And so it keeps serving. Well, I'm doing a great job, and my way of hammering them, my way of doing this is working, because look at our clearance rate.
Yeah.
Not taking into account that your clearance rate is great because you happen to have great people in spite of you.
And imagine how much better it can be if everything was working as intended, you know? And like, if it's working that good and you're shit, imagine if there's somebody good here in that position, how it could be. Like, if this is how good you are firing on not all cylinders, if you were firing on all, oh my God. Yeah. Well, let's get there. That's what the public wants. That's who you're serving and protecting wants.
All right. That's it. I've had enough of that, because it's just not going anywhere. I don't know. They're talking about the things we've already talked about a bunch of times with Sheriff Nanos, etc. Or private eyes watching you, Mr. Rooster? Or she'll be sitting with you, but her eyes are on the door? Because she only comes out at night? Only 391, Miss Kim. What's going on around these parts? My goodness. That's what it seemed like, Bella. No, but granted, I like Tony. And I don't not like Robin, but that one was kind of... wasn't capturing my attention, you know? Sometimes that happens. Sometimes there'll be a video that doesn't capture your attention. Because also they're a day behind. They should have been talking about Savannah's interview from today, right? But they didn't. That'll be tomorrow, probably. I don't know if I'll even talk about Nancy tomorrow. We'll have to see. Each day I wake up, I don't even know what I'm going to talk about that night. I play it by ear. That's right, Bella. And everyone should send some good vibes to Bella as well, for her health's sake. Handsome, welcome. I mean, Rod Stewart's done If You Think I'm Sexy. Or Someone Like You. Makes it easy to believe. Or If I Listen Long Enough to You, I'd Find a Way to Make It Seem All True. What does that sound like? It sounds like a trauma bond, right? Knowing that you lied straight-faced while I cried, but still I look to find a reason to believe. Sounds like someone in a Trauma Bonds theme song, right? John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. He did. He did. But I'm also tired, and I want to, if I were going to go over more of it, I want to give it my full attention anyway. Have a great night, Tim. Bella, you have a great night too, my dear. Van Morrison, I know them, Cat. Bruce Springsteen, did you watch the new Bruce Springsteen movie, Rooster? You as well, Heather. So D, Mike, Rooster, no hype left us, perhaps. Handsome, good night. Danielle, thanks for helping me get all the likes. Text, thank you. Miss Kim, thanks for modding. Song Bits, thanks for modding. Christy, thanks for being here. Thank Livin. Spunky Livin, they call her. And if anyone sees OC Girl, tell her Jared still loves her, even though I said I didn't like what she said. I still got love for OC Girl. Anyone who sees her around the YouTube universe. All right, D, you have a great night too. Ellen, great night. Carol, hi and bye, Carol. Reggie, have a great night, miss. I guess AAA Laura left a while ago too. We go long. We went long tonight. Yes, we did. Autumn, you have a great night. Underdog, onward and outward. So everyone, I will see you all on the morrow.